I essentially pitched, right as the episode ends, I think it's as the TARDIS lever comes down, for a single frame, it would flash up an image of the Master on screen, all kind of scary and distorted. It was a single flash, and as soon as it came up, Kat was like, "Oh my god, that's great!" And Nat immediately just hit us with 2 messages, haha, and a second one, no.
I think the Masters would pretend to make Cat's Master feel welcome in the same way that we trolled Sony into re-releasing Morbius just to flop again.
I'm sorry we all excluded you from the last hangout. We were all in a bad mood. Please come to the next hangout. We'll definitely treat you right this time.
We've got to film a short where we're all playing Mario Kart and fucking the Master blue shells the Doctor right before the finish line on the final lap.
It's all still in audio, it's just on the screen. It's like, are you crying? No. So I sometimes have a grilled cheese. That wasn't meant to be funny, that was a genuine answer. Fuck me.
I wanted to know, Lord, that I didn't laugh.
Appreciate that. Every time I take off the makeup, I look in the mirror and I see a clown.
Hello, welcome to Red Twilight Decoded. I'm Nat. I do a lot of stuff. I'm a producer of the series. I'm one half of the 77 Years team. This is Kat.
Hello. I'm the other half of the 70. We're each other's other half. That's quite sweet, isn't it?
We are.
That's sickening.
That is sickening.
I'm the other producer, everything writer, and I also play the Master. And anything you can think of, I probably do a bit of it apart from VFX and soundtracking. And yeah.
That's where we come in.
Jack, would you like to introduce yourself and who you play?
I'm Jack Alexander, and I play the Doctor.
Ollie?
Right, I'm Oliver Smith, and I play Oscar Underhill.
Brilliant. Law?
I am the Law, also known as Stardust VFX. I am the VFX artist of the series, and I also play Connie the Coffee Machine.
Jake?
I'm Jake. I don't play anyone, not yet, but I do the arts.
Awesome. And George?
I'm George Locke, and I do the music.
Awesome. So that is everyone. The first question has to be what everyone is drinking. What have I've already forgotten what I've got. I've got an espresso martini in honor of Mr. Caramel Macchiato.
Mm-hmm. I've just got some peach schnapps with some Ribena in it because I wanted it to go red.
It looks like champagne. I was going to say, it looks very classy. Matches the hair.
Thank you.
It's
red on brand.
It's giving War Master. It is, like, you know.
Yeah.
It is.
What else
He'd swell that drink.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. So I finished the first drink I had with me anyway, but I had to show them this cool skull glass I got for Christmas. So, you know, just to date this podcast, the Christmas tree behind me didn't help. But I'm also drinking an espresso martini, which Connie made for me. I like to believe.
You're welcome, Doctor. It was with love.
Raw dog in the straight milk.
I'm doing straight milk. I would have loved to have a caramel macchiato, but I've been very busy the last few days, so I'm like a straight psychopath out of the cup.
Perfect.
It's good. It's good stuff.
Okay.
For a throwback, I've got an eye beer.
Oh my god. Right.
Refreshing.
Oscar would absolutely show that off. That's absolutely something he'd show off.
So Oscar-coded.
To some poor Victorian child, he's like, what do you think?
Oh god. Yeah, I feel like I have to make the really bad joke of saying that we filmed this a year before it releases because it's New Year's Eve tomorrow.
Hey! Oh!
We'll see this for a year. Anyway. It's my dad joke.
Nat, you are my spirit animal.
Thank you. Okay, so We're going to go through all the episodes chronologically, but before that, I want to start with talking about the idea behind each character. So, Jack and Kat, first of all, just wanted to talk about the original idea behind the Doctor, how he's progressed, and how he's come along, and the differences pre and post reset. I'm going to start with you because you brought this man to life, and then we'll go over to Jack.
Yeah. I suppose, like, let me see the question. I guess, like, I can talk on, like, I think what I was saying to you earlier even was we're mostly prose writers. I use prose. It sounds much fancier than it is. It's sort of like fan fiction. But we're used to writing everything that goes on in the character's head, right? And there are layers to it and layers to it and layers to it. And with an audio drama, the only thing you have is what your ears are telling you. And so, like, with the Doctor in the series, I find it so interesting what we know versus what you know as a listener. And, like, I really wanted, like, in just the early concept is I just really wanted to play with what different characters know versus what you know as you're listening to it versus what, you know, the layers and layers and layers that we've actually put in it, and have a very layered character, one who, you know, won't reveal something at the end of this series just because it's a series finale, something like that. And, like, the idea that he essentially gets traumatized, basically, you know, like you have, it's a lot like 12. We always say it's series 10, really. It's series 8. But, like, seeing a Doctor go through, like, it's usually, you know, the 1 month 3 series, and having a real formative event. Some of them do, some of them don't. And having that be, instead of, like, making him a hero, have it completely destroy him. And, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. But from Jack's side, it probably looks different.
Well, I mean, it's fair to say there was a Doctor played by me which existed before this, which was very one-dimensional. It was me falling short doing a Colin Baker impression, essentially. Be like, oh, he's grumpy because people don't like to make their fan doctors grumpy. I'm going to do that. So when Kat took that and sort of revolutionised the character that was there and made him multifaceted, which he wasn't before. He was just, oh, okay, here's a caricature. Here's Jack doing a bad Colin Baker impression because he can't do a Colin Baker impression, therefore it's its own thing. So to then be given this depth of, you know, we talk about, you know, what happens at the end of Block 1, at the end of All Hail, the revolution was there, which I knew going into this, which meant then when because we recorded All Hail first as well. So it meant that every episode before that, I could have that in the back of my head, informing that my performance in a way, or informing my motivations, or I'd see something in the script. So, okay, that can tie back, that ties back to that. That needs to come forward in what I'm doing here. So hopefully, if people go back and listen, they can sort of pick up on the clues. I mean, the scripts are so wonderful that I think, you know, listening to it again would be really beneficial to people because they'll pick out things like, oh, this is signposting this. Hopefully they'll see that in my performance and, you know, all these as well. I think he's done a really strong job of just having a through line come through. So yeah, I think a lot of it really comes down to Kat, really, who went, oh, here's a revolutionary idea for a Doctor Who series. Here's, you know, a more defined character for your Doctor, because I think the crib notes were literally just, he's grumpy, and that's pretty much it. And now there's so much more. I can think of so many other ways to describe the Doctor now for this series that I could have moved before, and it's down to Kat. So
he's got a lot of layers, the man.
Yeah,
we traumatized him.
Yeah. Poor guy.
Poor dude. He probably prefers being grumpy. He probably prefers that. Probably wishes he was just grumpy and not going through it all the time.
Okay, so you compared your original attempt at the Doctor being like Colin Baker. You've had a lot of comparisons to different Doctors.
Yeah.
I think you've been compared to almost all of the Doctors.
It's quite funny, isn't it? Because like I do bad impressions of other Doctors, but it's very funny that the Doctor in this series has been compared to, just to list them, the Sixth Doctor, which obviously, it's supposed to be in a way anyway. The Seventh Doctor, I guess I can see that's from the Darkness. Eighth Doctor, I mean, margin of error, some of my takes do sound a bit like Paul McGann, like in the cadence in a way, which is quite funny. I've had the 11th Doctor, the 12th Doctor, 13th Doctor, and then also the Schalke Doctor, which is quite which kind of threw me, which was like, oh, that's quite cool. But yeah, in my head, because I've been compared to so many, it kind of means that what I'm doing is unique, I think, or at least what's coming through is maybe the doctoriness, which sort of is inherent to the role anyway. So I've just taken it as a massive badge of honor, really. To be compared to any of those actors is, I mean, amazing. So yeah, I'll take it.
I was really glad when Jack was like, well, I've been compared to like so many, like half the Doctors I've been compared to. And I was like, yes, that's good. It means people can't pinpoint a Doctor that, they think we might be trying to mimic, because we're not. We're not trying to mimic anyone. Which is really good. He's original enough that he's totally different. He's totally separate.
Yeah. It's good. He's unique. He's fun. Sorry, laughing because the next question I wrote down in the little Doctor section was, do you regret doing the accent?
No, totally. Because I can't, I do a podcast as well, so I have to hear my own voice back a lot. And I hate my own voice. I absolutely detest it. So then when I get to play with it and, find a fancy way to say words and, I listen to Red Twilight now and I feel very proud of my performance, which is very, very nice. Usually I listen back to a podcast and I think, oh, shut up. God almighty, no one wants to hear you. Cis white man, shut up, Jack Alexander, he, him. But I listen to Red Twilight and I go, oh, okay, I can see this. I can see the performance here, and I think it's for me, the character starts with slipping into that voice, and certainly when I started, before I recorded, I have to do some vocal warm-ups, which is mainly Hamilton songs, and then I'd also then have to start going in my head, Darks and Taryn Simon, and that's doing that would then give me the through line into the accent. So no, love it. I'm glad I did it.
Brilliant. Okay, I have a question for George about the Doctor, which is the process of writing the Doctor's theme. It's a very lovely theme. I was just wondering if you could talk about that a little bit and where it comes up in the episodes.
So with that, obviously when I came on the series, I think you had a composer on already who couldn't carry on with it. So there was a version of the theme tune and like a theme for the Doctor already done. And what I ended up doing, because I quite like what had gone before, and I wanted to stay sort of true to that. So I took elements from that I liked, so sort of some of the instrumentation, and basically just tried to do my own spin on it, really. So the melody is quite similar to what the other composer already done, and sort of the underlying chords. But I then sort of did like sort of 2 or 3 different, I guess, moods. So you start off with the more ambient, spacey kind of vibe for more sort of ethereal sort of moments, and then there's a sort of middle section where it goes a little bit James Horner with the French horns, because that sort of sound sort of strikes me as inherently rather heroic. And then there's the sort of action motif, which is probably closest to the version that had gone before. So I was trying to find a way to capture these different aspects of the character and sort of have, in one kind of suite, I suppose. So it was fun sort of challenge trying to find a way to bridge all those things together and keep sort of true to what had already gone before. So yeah, that was a really fun challenge, and it was fun sort of adapting it for each episode as well, which I'm sure we'll get into later.
Yeah, how do you choose when is the right moment for the theme to appear?
It's really a gut feeling more than anything else. I mean, sometimes because the melody has like this little bit where there's like 3 notes at first, sometimes it's easy just to drop that in as like a little cue. Oh, it's the Doctor, without doing the full thing. So you can have little snippets like that pop up at moments. A lot of it is just trying to respond to what's going on in the dialogue and in the scene, and just feeling what feels right, really. So yeah, it's a lot of gut feeling.
Cool. That's very interesting. Okay, right. Moving on to Oscar then. Right, so Ollie,
Yeah.
Oscar was very specifically written to your voice. Like, you know, no one else could play Oscar now because he's so very you, down to the eye bit. Like with that in mind, how easy do you find it to get into character with how similar you are with the voice?
I think with the voice itself, obviously, I'm not doing an accent like Jack. I'm not changing my voice in any way. So obviously, I do a vocal warm up because I have a lot of shouting, screaming, terrified moments. So I do need to obviously warm my voice up. Otherwise, I'm going to scream myself out and not be able to talk, which would be horrible. I know. So with the voice, the character's voice, because it's just my voice, it's something that I don't even need to just turn off on and off or get into or anything. It's literally just continue talking as normal. But then the character itself, yeah, there are elements of it that are sort of very, very written into the way I am, the way I speak, the way I sort of act and interact with people. But then, to quote a word that you use, there's that patheticness. You know, he is a very pathetic character. I like to think that if I were in half the situations that he's in, that I wouldn't be as cowardly. You know, absolutely bricking it as he is.
You'd find a way out of that pod. Well, he just cooked. You'd.
Yeah. So I think the main draw for me is I just for a lot of it, it's just me playing Outlast. That's me throughout the majority of this series. Is just me playing Outlast, going and yeah, because Outlast is a terrifying game, and I was very scared playing it. There's also a little bit of me playing a different horror game. There's a little bit of me playing Five Nights at Freddy's, which is a very similar sort of. Yeah, so he's very cowardly, but there is that sort of lovable charm to him because I think, like, unlike a lot of companions who have this special quality to them, he's just so unremarkably average, which is something that I exceed at in my everyday life. And yeah, no, he's this really unremarkably average character. You've just got to think of like the most ordinary person you know being in the most sort of shit themselves terrifying experiences, and there's Oscar. And yeah, and then I think the hardest thing to draw for the character is that feeling of loss, that sort of is so integral to this character, because his grief about his mother is sort of it's his driving factor. Like, it prevents him from carrying on with his life and stuff. And I'm very lucky I've never experienced that level of loss. I've still got both my parents. I've still got 3 of my 4 grandparents, and the one I don't have passed away before I was born. So I've never gone through that sort of level of loss. And the closest thing I can equate to it was when I was at university, my lecturer, who was also my personal tutor, she passed away right before the end, and that was an incredibly hard loss, which I didn't know how to process, because it kind of like Oscar. I was just about to finish uni, and this person who'd been such an anchor, such a support throughout, was just gone. And because I hadn't had that much experience with loss of people close to me before that, it was a very hard thing for me to sort of for me to articulate in words how I was feeling, but also how to show, how to act about how I was feeling. And I think I draw a lot on that for where Oscar's coming from for losing his mum.
That's
Yeah.
really interesting.
That is really interesting. That was a really good answer to the question. Yeah, wow. I think people have really liked Oscar. Like, the reaction to him when people have been watching has been incredible. People love him.
Like the way he handles grief as well.
Yeah.
Like, people have told me like that's really kind of like a visceral thing, really uncomfortably true, like the way that he reacts to stuff, having lost someone. And like, I think because like Larry was saying, he's not really got a special quirk to him other than the fact that his life is in danger from it's not an ordinary monster, but it's like, if you'd seen Torture, it's like someone getting chased by a weevil. It's like just the dregs of something is chasing him, and he's going to die if he doesn't run away from it. But there's nothing like there's something everyone's special, but there's nothing defining about him which makes him the Doctor's companion to you.
Yeah, I think it's why people like him so much, because he's so relatable in a way.
Like someone setting up a letterbox for him. It's just a guy.
What if we literally just put a normal person in Doctor Who? What if we just put an actual real person into the story?
I think one of the things sort of, especially with like the monster chasing him, that I sort of looked into and sort of what I equated it to was I kind of read into and looked into stuff about how people react to finding out they have a terminal illness, because that in a way it's a looming thing that sort of follows you, and you wear that sort of as a burden, and it's on you and it's constantly with you, and grief can feel like that. But obviously, like a lot of terminal illnesses, what's going to kill Oscar if he stays for too long is something that's inside of him, something that he can't control. And so there is kind of a parallel to that. And I think that's where a lot of how I try and respond to to what's happening to Oscar through that. I think one of the great things that I used for informing my performance and how Oscar reacts is the performance of, I think the actor's name is Callum Scott Howes, who played Colin in It's a Sin. And this sort of, it's like having grief for yourself, because you know what's coming for you. It's that finality of that death, and because he's being chased by that, that's another thing that's sort of impacting his every movement, his every action.
Yeah. I'm looking at my list of questions and seeing which one I should go to next from there. You can tell it's my first time doing this. Yeah. God, I wasn't expecting this level of it's brilliant. I love it. You've thought about it a lot. Okay. Should we go? Let's go on to Oscar's name, because he's a purely original character, unlike the Doctor, who is he's
I've seen 1,000 stories with the Doctor in it.
Oh.
But yeah, he was made completely from scratch, like the Master. Do you want to say where his first name came from? Because I think that's quite funny. Or shall I skip that?
Oh Lord.
Do you want to out yourself here?
I
can
you
cut this
said
out.
it now for the purposes of the people on the recording. Me and Nat obviously read a lot of Spydoc fics, etc. And when we were I was trying to dig out a name for a companion. I was like, "What? Hey, don't look at me like that." It's actually an AU name, an alternate universe name for the Master in like quite
Back to the fucking building.
It's when like if you go on the Spydoc tag, you go on AO3, if someone's written like a human AU fan fiction, but the common names begin with an O. It's Agent O. Sorry, I can see your face.
Everyone's heartbroken. It's because
Why is this the first I'm hearing of it?
I know it's Agent O.
I'm named after fan fiction?
No,
it's such a good name.
It's what people extend Agent O to. They think of him as
Yeah.
Oscar, and Agent O is a very, regular guy until
Yes,
he's not.
Exactly.
He's a regular, charming man who's thrown into the situation.
It's the facade of a very normal man, right?
Yeah.
That's the
Just
reason.
an innocent man.
Like, what's the how do
Normal
you
man.
Yeah, just an innocent man. How do you extend that into just sort of like a name for someone that doesn't have anything attached to it? Like, it's just Oscar, when you think of Oscar, you don't think of anything but that character.
It does unfortunately remind me of all of those memes that were going around after Empire of Death came out, where it's like, now the Doctor, whenever they go, they're going to meet someone and they're going to have to do like a name check for John Not a Bad Guy to make sure. And it's like, finally, Oscar! I can't see anything connecting that. Little does he know.
In a very meta sense, there's something up there.
I do like as well that he's a film student and his first name's Oscar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where it's from. It could have been any other name, but like, I think it was just like, I wanted something with nothing attached to it. I wanted something that was ordinary, that was a name that I liked, and that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's got fan fiction attached to it now.
What? It's a name. It's
You
a
know
name.
what this is a behind the scenes for, right, Oliver? Listen, we can pretty ourselves up with the prestige and listen, we are the exact same as the AO3 people, and I mean that in all of the good ways and all of the bad ways. We're just
Sometimes
normal,
True.
innocent men.
It's true. I've seen the server. I know what people are saying.
Don't, but no. The film student thing. I'm 80% certain that the film student thing comes from me as well, because I was a
Yeah.
film student.
Yeah. I swear it does, yeah.
Yeah. Right, so that's his first name. I turn over to you, Jack.
Well, yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because we were sort of workshopping at that point. I mean, like, throwing out names here and like, and Kat was like Oscar, and we were like, okay, great. Well, what's his last name going to be? It's going to be this. And I threw out Underhill for a very personal reason. It was my grandmother's maiden name. It was who I lost my granddad and my grandmother in 2022 and 2023 respectively, and it was just a nice little way for me to sort of, in a way, have them with me on this journey, which is something I wanted. It's just it's a way to give a little tribute as well, just to be like, yeah, that's it really.
Yeah, it's sweet. It's nice, and it's a very nice name. It came together beautifully.
I felt awful because I thought I saw the last name Underhill, and I remember I said to everyone, "Oh, cool, a Lord of the Rings reference." And then Jack corrected me, and I felt awful, genuinely.
Oh no! I'll take Lord of the Rings reference is also cool, but in my head it's also because Oscar's mum is under D Hill, so
That Tesco car park's lethal.
Yeah. Okay. So to round off all the Oscar specific talk, I go back to George for Oscar's theme. If you tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, I mean, Oscar's theme, it's I'm trying to think what to say about it really, because I know I sent 2 demos over originally, and it was the second one you guys preferred, and that one, I think I just started off as me walking down the G major scale really. So I wanted something. I think I settled on the instrument choice before I settled on anything else, because I thought it'd be quite interesting to do something on the upper end of a bassoon, because that's not something that's typically used, especially nowadays when everything's all Hans Zimmerfied, sort of to carry the melody of something. And it's I just thought it would give it an interesting kind of sound, because it's I don't know, it's something about the upper end of bassoon. I always think it sort of has this weird yearning quality to it, which seemed to kind of fit the character. And yeah, and it was just obviously like a lot of the character themes for New Who, because all the characters are female. They're a lot of the time they're led by like piano and strings, and those are in there as well. I just wanted to give it something that sounded kind of different. But yeah, it's just quite a simple little thing really, which is quite handy because it means it fits in a few different places. There's you can change up the underlying harmony to give it a lot of different sort of vibes. And I think there's the B section which sort of has a bit more sort of I guess sort of emotional weight to it. It's the one with the sort of descending line that kind of goes da 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 da, and sort of going up a bit. And I felt that kind of complemented the initial bit because I sort of try and keep that back for the more emotionally heavy moments. And I think I don't know with Oscar it was interesting because because obviously there's the pathetic element that's been covered before, but I did really want to respond to a lot of the way that Oliver plays, especially the more emotional moments. I didn't want something too kind of frivolous. I wanted something that could work in, like I said, a number of different sort of settings. So yeah, I'm quite pleased with how it turned out, really. And it's again, like I said, it's interesting just trying to find new ways to kind of build different things around it.
Awesome. Cool.
Mhm.
Well then, we turn to the master, the character of. So how did the idea of the master come about?
So it was like initially my first role in this series was as the master and getting asked to play the master. And it was sort of the initial weird reluctance that powered it actually. Because there was a sense of hesitation in it for me because I didn't want to play quote unquote, and this is no knock to anyone, a fan master. I wanted to play something that almost didn't come with its own set of tropes and things. I was happier to observe the master and talk about the master and write about it, blah 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 blah. Yeah. And so I thought, well, how can I make this? You know, when I was coming up for the ideas for the series, this was the first idea that actually powered it really. When I think about it, it was that I was like, well, what if you boiled the master down to a set of ideas, right? If you like made a kit, what would you put in the kit to make the master? You put this, and you put this. And she's, she's quite easily made, isn't she? And so I thought of this thing like, well, how can I play a character who's the master who's not the master? And it was sort of then that everything spiraled, and you'll have listened to episode 4 if you're listening to this podcast, I hope. You'll know what happens with it. And the universe essentially does that, build your own master kit because of, and it's sort of the Thursday fan in me going, it's an equation, isn't it? How do you balance an equation? The light and the dark, the yin and yang. You can't have one without the other. So when everything gets completely wiped and you build something again from a set of instructions, you're going to balance the equation. And the master is the balance to that equation. And I think that's so... Oh, anyway, it's so romantic. And it's not. What? Who said that?
I just think it's neat.
I just think it's neat. I just think that is the fundamental of their relationship. It's just the simple Doctor plus Master equals balance. And she, in this series, is kind of mathematically that. She is everything to counteract him, to balance him. She's, sort of theatrical where he isn't, and putting on this huge performance to hide the fact that underneath it all, she's not made up of that much. She's made completely from scratch, essentially, on that night. Taking that approach to it is just it feeds my enthusiasm about her so much, and playing her, and like every line that I do, it's like, okay, how would I'm not delivering this as the master, I'm delivering this as a person who's the master. And later on, she is dead, obviously, but when she isn't dead. I'm playing it as a person who is presenting as a master but knows they're not really the master. What does she feel about that? It's like every line. Well, what does that line mean to her specifically? And that's I love the way that she is, her special sort of variety of derangement, because she's, that's her in a nutshell. She's the Doctor's antithesis. I can't say that word right, but yeah, that's her.
You love whatever's wrong with her.
I love. Yeah.
You support women's rights and women's wrongs.
Yeah, really.
All of them.
Okay. So when you say that, like, you didn't want to play a fan master, do you mean in terms of because you love the master as a character so much
Yes.
that you didn't want to do it wrong?
Yeah, exactly. That was it. It was more like, well, me personally, I know I'm not the master. I'm just someone who thinks about the master. I don't think I'm going to offer anything that, say, Sacha Dhawan isn't, Roger Delgado isn't. Like, it didn't gel with me. And I thought, well, yeah, I can give it that because I know what makes the master tick. I'm good at analysing where they come from in the show and just in Doctor Who in general. I know them. And I thought, well, I can do it because I know them. I just intrinsically know who they are. And then obviously it's shaped up to be me really knowing them, the core of them, like this. But yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Nice. George, would you have anything you'd like to share about the Master's theme and making that one?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm trying to think now. I have a feeling the Masters theme was actually the first one I did for this series, at least in terms of character themes. So, just trying to think. So it was a tricky one because obviously this take on the characters quite because of the Master being made from scratch and things like that. I initially wanted something that was kind of different to the sort of themes the character had before, and I ended up listening to a lot of Jerry Goldsmith's his horror scores, so stuff like Alien, The Omen, and some of his '90s stuff as well. So I was sort of drawing on that kind of thing because I thought that's a sort of slightly different sound to what the characters had before. I did end up incorporating elements of the sort of the da 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 dum because of the ending of Margin of Error. But it was, I think, after I sent the demo over, it was the first production meeting call we had, and I can't remember if it was Kat or Law who suggested listening to the score of Alien Romulus.
That was indeed me.
Fair enough. I knew it was one of you. I couldn't remember who.
Yeah, big Alien fan. So I had no idea what you were cooking. I was just told, oh, he's doing the music. I was like, that's great. And then I got it. It's like, oh, it's Jerry Goldsmith inspired. And I think I was on call with Kat or something, and I was squeeing, and I immediately was just like, I need to send him this.
Yeah.
So
it was a really good shout because it was specifically the music for the android character and the sort of the mixture of the orchestral and the electronic elements sort of glitching and distorting, and then basically using stuff inspired by that, incorporating that into what I'd already got. So I ended up having things like a bunch of brass samples that I stuck through a bunch of distortion pedals and just trying to make it sound really messed up and nasty. I think I had a CS80 as well, so some of the more basic kind of things that slide around, that's on that. Oh, and the other thing that I had a lot of fun was so the Doctor's theme is mostly in E minor because that's what the Doctor Who theme's in. And Oscar's in G major, which is sort of mostly the same notes as E minor, but you start on a different note. So I was trying to think of something. I wanted the Master's theme to be kind of have a key center that's sort of basically the opposite of that. And originally I went to B flat, which is a tritone away from E, so it's like the furthest away you could get from E before you start coming back to it. And what was it? I think I ended up moving from that to sort of oscillating between G and D flat. So it's basically the minor third below and the minor third above E. So it's not directly the opposite of E, but it's sort of, I don't know, it just sort of worked because it meant you could kind of have these dramatic shifts from one kind of tone center to another while still kind of feeling vaguely related. It was just fun to sort of move things around and So in some of this, especially in All Hail, you've got bits where the orchestra's kind of bits of it are doing things in one key while another bit's doing something else. It's all a bit of a mess, but it was a lot of fun to do.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Cool. Right, so before we move on to each episode, we'll talk about the format of the series. So it's 12 episodes, very blocked out. Things happen very steadily. And yet the universe reset reveal happened in episode 4. So why did you decide on that taking place so early in the series?
I think I decided pretty early on that it was going to be like, well, just to produce it, you have to divide it into little manageable chunks. And those are the blocks of 4 episodes that you see. So block 1, 2, and 3 comprise series 1. And I thought, well, block 1 really has to be its own story. It has to move within itself. It's its own little world. And like when we come on to talking about a bit about block 2 later, you'll see how that may be the same, maybe different. But block 1 has to have almost a beginning, middle, end. And the climax of the series is not that reveal. Because I think it's just the more interesting angle to go with having this, the big thing happens early. And so you're left thinking, well, this thing has happened. What's left? And there's stuff left, let me tell you. But it's interesting because this Doctor naturally wouldn't reveal that to anyone. And he only really does so to the Master because, you know, in his own words, he kind of figures that she has the right to know. He's backed into a corner. It's like the last hope of a last hope. If he didn't have to say it, it would die with him, this secret, essentially. And so the reason for it coming so early was to make that first, it's like an origin story of the series, is the first block. Block 2 is seeing where we can push it. And the secret, because the Doctor doesn't tell Oscar doesn't know, and it's the keeping it from Oscar. How far will he go? How will he do it? And what are the consequences? And so, you know, the consequences will come from it, and that's the interesting thing. That's the juicy bit.
Yeah, because I think in my opinion, I think it works really well because it reminds me, like, a lot of problems I personally have with, like, kind of like, especially like kind of modern streaming shows, of just kind of padding out stories very, very long, and you only get to the interesting thing at the end. I always think about, it's one of my favorite tweets of all time, it's the Surf Dracula tweet. That's like, if you made a TV show in the 90s called Surf Dracula, he would be surfing on that board every single week for about 26 episodes. But if it was a modern day show, it would be about 7 episodes long, and it would be about how he got the board, and he'd surf in the final 5 minutes. And so I think it's like, I think there's very much a temptation when doing arcs of just holding off a piece of information for a really long time and just sort of doing like a little mystery box tease of like, oh, what is it? What's it gonna be? And it's like, who's the woman with the eye patch? You know, what's the crack in the wall? It's just sort of like, wait until you get to the interesting bit right at the end. And I do like that, especially because like we did it in blocks, so it's more manageable. But I think you utilize that really well. On just going like, you know, let's not draw it out with random people going, ooh, I know you did a thing for like 12 episodes, and then right at the very end, he's like, oh, I reset the universe, by the way. You're like, great, finally. Like, it's nice to get it out the way quick, and now it's like, oh, cool, now we can actually do the payoff to that, you know? I think another weird point I think I'm drawing for was like, if any of you have ever seen the show BoJack Horseman, that show has 12 episodes in a season, but they always make the really big finale-esque episode 11, just so episode 12 they can just do character stuff, playing off of that. And it's like, yeah, you want that. You want the interesting stuff to happen so you can see the consequences. You don't want to wait right until the end where you can't do anything about it. And I really like that. I think it's a very good decision on your part. Thumbs up.
Yeah, it is good. Right, so that was characters and series. So going on to, well, I think going into the series, as soon as episode 1 starts, you've got the title sequence coming in, which when we did the premiere for that, everyone was live reacting. I loved everyone's reaction to the title sequence. Everyone was immediately like, oh my god, this is incredible.
It was very sweet.
Everyone
Got me out
loved
of bed all that week.
Yeah. All of your being locked in a dungeon doing it paid off.
Oh goodness! I remember MCM. I remember Jack told me about this at MCM Comic Con, because the MCM Comic Con was in October, of course, and I was about a week and a half into working on that title sequence, and I remember at one point Jack just made a note that I was just sat in a corner, just like eyes in different directions, completely spaced out. For about 20 minutes straight, uninterrupted, until finally someone was like, "Hey buddy, are you alright?" And I'm just like, I gotta go home and work after this. I was like, I'm working, I come out, I have a single nice day at MCM, and then I go back and I'm back on the grind. So it was very sweet. It was so sweet watching everyone say all those lovely things. In the other premieres as well for the other weeks, always going like, oh, I always forget how much I love it. Oh, it's sweet. I don't know. It's very, very nice. It's a very, very nice thing to see, I think.
Yeah. Everyone loved it so much. It's such a good title sequence. The music and the visuals, it is very, very good.
Thank you.
So, George, when we were first creating this series, we had a title sequence concept made by another composer, which Law had made like a concept visual edit for. So when you came on board, you saw that title sequence and you did your fresh music. I was wondering if you wanted to tell us about that.
So I think the main thing with that, because I remember Kat saying she wanted something that was more fast paced, really. So I did a couple of very, very quick mock-ups with samples from the Radiophonotron website of like the actual Deedly Derbyshire stuff. And it settled on. So there was like an ambient intro to do with the production logo, and then into the bass line once the title got going. So got that the actual structure of it locked down pretty quickly, and then it was a case of fleshing it out. And I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'll be honest. The final result is actually one of my theme arrangements that I'm proudest of. I think it was a lot of fun trying to do something that honoured Derbyshire's original arrangement, but like give it a bit of a modern spin. And I remember Kat's only note pretty much was you just wanted some industrial drums in it. So I think I went a bit over the top with that at first, and then just dialed it back. So it's pretty much just the bass drum and some toms between sections. But yeah, that was a lot of fun to do. And the really surreal thing was that I tried to match it to the mock-up that had already been done, because I assumed that was sort of like basically picture lock or something. So I thought, well, if I try and get it so it syncs up, so all these little sound design elements are matching with things that are happening visually, then that'll sort of mean less work for Law to do in theory. And then when the episode actually drops, I'm like, oh no, it's a completely brand new title sequence. It was very surreal.
I remember talking to you about it, discussing like what we wanted the end product to look like, and some of the discussions we had were about transitions from the cold open into the theme and out again. And I remember thinking, well, initially we need something more fast tempo, because I know the nature of these openings now. It has to keep the pace going through and follow it right to the end. And I remember saying something about, like, I love my favourite on-screen rendition of the theme tune is the 13th Doctor's opening by Sega Natalia, because it does this thing at the end where it goes, it's like you're being, the way everything plays, like you just want to put your face against the screen and get sucked into the episode. It's so good. And the way the theme finishes in RTs is has sort of inspirations from that, and the transitions are very fluid, so you can actually segue a bit of the episode into the music and then out again. It meshes together really well.
Yeah, it's always nice seeing the different sort of transitions in and out of it as well. Or I quite like the Frost Guard one, especially the way the sort of the sound design then blends straight into the music. It's always a joy seeing the different variations that are done with it.
Ross did such fantastic work.
Mm.
I loved the one in All Hail where it starts playing it and then it cuts off as the Doctor hits the ground. You get the Master's line and then it hits into it. I was just like, I was leaning forward in my seat, even though I knew everything that was going to happen, but I was like, oh, what's going to happen next? It was that immersive.
Yeah.
Pretty good
Okay,
stuff.
so the visuals of the title sequence, it took so long because it's so many small shots, that title sequence, and you put so much work into it. Immense respect for the amount of work you put into it. We love you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I love you too.
But there are so many references in there because you were talking to us about it, and we were going back and forth, and you were like, "Oh, what if we put a reference to this in here and this in here?" So I'm wondering if you can let us know what those references are.
Oh,
Obviously, some
I
of them
see.
you can't talk about yet, but if you reference, for example, this is a planet from an upcoming episode, and you can say what episode it is. But
I see.
without any context spoilers.
Yeah, no, I can do that because there was a few that there was very much an idea of like I wanted to kind of tell a bit of the story of the actual series within the sequence itself. Very much kind of, I don't know. I quite like anime. I quite like big anime title sequences that often kind of do spoil the plot, with the visuals a bit and kind of complement them a bit. I think a specific one was like, a different kind of reference, I guess you could say, would be like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, how they would do they'd do episode-specific things to complement events that are happening in it. If something happens in the show, like a character can stop time or whatever, the title sequence will stop to complement it, or something like that. And so I wanted to kind of tell the story of what was happening in it as well, and kind of hide those things in, so you kind of watch it back and go, oh yeah. So there was the very first shot of the actual thing, and I don't just mean the title card, of the actual TARDIS flying about, is of the TARDIS flying away from Earth. And in the original kind of notes I have in my book, I have a wonderful little book that I'm not going to show off to camera, just in case it catches something from a future episode in it. But just letting you know, it's covered in sticky notes. But in the original notes for that, I originally had it would pan out from the black hole. And I did kind of ask, like, do you want me to put Earth at all in it? In the title sequence, and I was kind of told no, and then I was like, okay, but what if I represented margin of error by having the TARDIS fly away from Earth and then it doesn't show up in the sequence again to represent Oscar leaving Earth? So that's that. That's why it's the Earth in the beginning. It's to represent Oscar leaving Earth for the first time. That's in my mind. You could say it's a headcanon. That little shot is the TARDIS leaving Earth for the first time to go off into the Frost Guard. That's my kind of little headcanon for it. The big shot afterwards with like all of the planets and the space station, that was a shot that's kind of full of references, really. The planet on the left is actually meant to be the colony world from episode 2. That's why it's blue. It's meant to be kind of icy and chilly, so it's meant to be the one from episode 2. The other planet is from an upcoming episode. I think in my mind, I could be getting this wrong, I believe it's episode 5. But I won't say much else from that, but it is a planet that features in episode 5. And the sort of star of the show is the space station, which the TARDIS flies right through the pincers of. And that is, of course, the space station from All Hail, and I got to use that it's in the poster art, which Jake made, it's in the episode title reveal we did, it's in the title sequence, so it's this sort of little thing which they stop off on. I'm not too sure which other ones I can say, but I think another sort of little reference I think would be in the Doctor's shot of it saying starring Jack Alexander. The camera does fly straight through his little ring, his sonic ring, which he talks about in a couple of episodes, which was a wonderful little thing. I had a lot of different ideas on how to transition into shots, and I think one of them I threw was like, oh, he has that ring, doesn't he? Could I do a shot of it flying through the ring? And I did like a really quick Photoshop mock-up, and every time I sent anything that wasn't the ring, Kat and Nat would ask me, where's the ring shot? So I kind of was I've kind of got to do this. I was like, whenever the ring isn't on screen, people should be asking, where's the ring? So that was one of them I put in. So originally I had a couple different ideas for the first shot where it says a 77 years production, or as I call it, the prod shot. because it's the production shot. I had a couple different versions of that. I had a very old traditional one in version 1 of the sequence, which I made in, I think it was November of 2024. It was a very kind of traditional, kind of spacey shot. There was a planet, there was a sun, there was space in the background. It just said a 77 years production, and it just had the TARDIS flying by. And it was a very kind of standard kind of space shot. And then I tried playing around with something a bit more kind of eye-catching. I wanted to use a lot more of like black and white. I have meanings behind why those colors, which I can't go into here, but I wanted to use those a lot more for the opening. And so I played around with some stuff on having the text over the screen and like the kind of outline of the TARDIS appearing, and then it's a match cut of the TARDIS flying away. And then I watched this fantastic anime called Cyberpunk Edge Runners. And in the opening of Cyberpunk Edge Runners, there was this brilliant shot of in the title sequence. It had a lot of that kind of contrasting color I was looking for. It had like a bright yellow background with sort of black assets or kind of like alpha matte assets kind of like crawling across the screen. And there was a specific shot of like a character running towards a city, and all of the skyscrapers are crawling out across the side of it. And I loved that, and I was like, oh, I gotta do something with this. So I very quickly, I like sketched it out while watching the anime. I like sketched it out on my notepad and I sent it off to Kat and Nat. And I was just like, what about this? And then I was allowed to make that. So that first shot is kind of a bit of Cyberpunk Edge Runners. The actual time vortex itself is very 2001: A Space Odyssey, as people have pointed out. And I hope to kind of elaborate a bit more and kind of expand on it, because I wanted something very non-traditional for the time vortex, and I didn't quite know what to land on. I went for very straightforward ones, and then I went for something a bit more unique, which I thought was quite fun. But also, of course, there's a little bit of like there's a little bit of Alien, there's a little bit of the Nostromo in the space station's design. There's a little bit of Outer Wilds in there. There's a lot of Interstellar in the black hole. There's quite a lot of that, and I think. Also as well, which I think is quite funny, because I don't think we ever communicated this, Kat, but also a little bit of the 13th Doctor's title sequence, near the end bit with the visuals to the logo and cutting to that final screen. Because I remember some other versions I had of the episode title screen were a lot more traditional. It was, the time vortex, the TARDIS flying down it, and it had the little episode title at the bottom. And I remember going for that for a while, and then I think when I was making the final version of the title sequence, the one that's on screen, I just put as placeholder text, I just typed up the episode title and the writer's name, and I just put it in Arial black on the end of it. And I was like, yeah, I'll do that shot later. That'll be the final shot of the thing. And then I kind of did the rest of the sequence, and I kind of got to it, and I went, wait a minute. Put a line there, that's fine actually. and then I was like, yeah, it reminds me of the 13th Doctor's title sequence. That's a day done. I'm off a day earlier, and that was sort of that, and I thought that worked out really well, because that is a nice kind of big kind of smash cut, similar to the 13th Doctor's, which I always quite liked. I thought it was very kind of striking. So I really enjoyed that. Yeah, it was quite fun.
Nice.
There's the one shot where the TARDIS is kind of going through the sort of spiky, sort of triangular landscape at one point. And it reminded me of a video I saw about like architecture that they were trying to do to warn people away from sites of nuclear.
Yes.
But I was just wondering if that was like an intentional thing. It was just a visual.
Definitely.
Absolutely. I can't really discuss too much behind that. We have a lot of very fun ideas for it, but that was absolutely the intention of a very hostile landscape that we wanted to design. But yeah, I'm glad you caught that, because I had a lot of fun making that. My computer didn't, but I did. My computer did not like the 8K concrete displacement maps I was laying down, but I thought it looked great.
I'll edit myself out saying this, but for context, George, it's
I have already uploaded all of the behind the scenes about how we came up with the idea for the to the drive, so we will get to talk about that in about a year.
So I didn't jump.
See you this time in a year to finish this conversation.
Yeah.
Can I say a little thing about the Sonic Ring? Is that all right?
Yeah, quite well.
So it's more about the conception of that, really, because I remember Kat messaging me at one point being like, what other Sonic theme would the Doctor have? Like, it can't be Shades again, it can't be Specs, and she's like what on your costume could be? And I was like, well, I wear my wedding ring because I'm like, I never take it off. Like, genuinely, I never take off my wedding ring if I can help it. And she was like, oh, Sonic Ring, and then that turned into a whole thing. And like, I don't want to say, you know, anything spoiler-wise, but that says everything you need to know about. Yeah.
Which could mean anything.
It could mean anything.
Yeah, the evolution of the Sonic Ring is beautiful, because originally it was only invented for All Hail, for him getting himself out of cuffs.
That was it.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then because it was going to be used in other episodes, I said, like, well, we should put it in episode 1 right from the start, so that when it's used, because then it was going to be used in Frostguard as well, I think, at the door. And I said, well, we should put it in episode 1 so it's there right from the start. And now it's like, you really associate him with having a Sonic Ring.
It's very obviously like, he's incomparable to other Doctors, obviously. But you know, it's Peter Capaldi, isn't it? It's Peter Capaldi.
And it's going to be so sad when we blow it up.
It's just like, well, it's neater than, you know, you take Sonic Specs on and off. What's on your person at all times stays on, is near a pair of handcuffs or chains, if chained up or handcuffed, can unlock them. It's a no-brainer, and can remotely detonate things. Like, it can store massive amounts of information. Just, you know, in the palm of his hand. It's neat.
It's good.
Yeah.
I do want to let it be known that I modeled. I do want to let it be known that I modeled, textured, and animated and lit a ring for the shot, sent it off, and both of these guys went, "It's good, but there's something off about it." And I remodeled an identical... Am I allowed to swear on this? I'm allowed to swear on this, right?
Go on.
Okay. I modeled an identical fucking ring and retextured an identical fucking ring and reanimated an identical fucking ring and then relit an identical fucking ring and sent it off and go, "That's great, Law."
I think it was an identical fucking ring, you guys.
It was the exact same. There was no visible difference about it. In fact, when I was that was it. When I was actually working on when I had to go back to the project to do the Christmas variant of the title sequence, I had to make sure that I didn't mess with the kind of, like, composition setup I had in my software. I didn't want to accidentally turn something off, which I didn't mean to, or use the wrong thing. And I had several problems with this, where I kept accidentally turning on different versions, like previous drafts of the camera flying into the TARDIS interior. So it would be really weird as the TARDIS doors would open and the interior would be offset, and it would fly in and it would be at a different speed, and it would come out and be like, "What's wrong with that?" And I had to be very, very careful not to accidentally use one of the previous versions of the ring I had used. And it was very, very hard, because again, they were fucking identical. They were exactly the same. But one just worked better, I guess. I hope you know that to fix a lot of the issues, I opened up the ring's texture and I turned down its brightness by about, like, 1%, and you're like, "Oh, it looks great now. It looks great now." And I'm just like, sure.
Well, I'm gonna use that trick in the future for cover art. I'm gonna change one thing. I'm gonna send it back.
But it was
Absolutely do.
But it was an identical fucking ring, in case you didn't.
There was no difference. No difference at all.
Was there much back and forth on the glasses, which obviously is added in the Christmas episode? Because it was really funny. Law messaged me one night and was like, "Jack, can I get some photos of your glasses?" And I went, "Yeah, sure." And instantly just went. Suddenly she had like 100 photos of my fucking glasses, and she was like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "Look, I literally wear them all the time." Like,
yeah, I said that was fast, thank you, and you said I have them on my face, and I was like, "That's true." Yeah, no, the glasses went quite fast. I very quickly made them, and I kept going like, "Oh, I haven't added in the realistic hinges," and then I realized, what am I talking about? But there was a very real moment. I think it was like I was up until like 1 a.m. adding these things in, and I was trying to make the glass work, because glass is a very tricky thing in 3D software sometimes, especially with kind of what I was doing, as sort of every single element of a shot was essentially its own layer that would kind of be added on top. For example, the shot with the space station, that's a bunch of different shots. A single one of the planet, a single one of the sun, single one of the station, single one of the TARDIS, all put together and comped to look like it's all in the same space. And when I was trying to comp in the glasses, I had a lot of problem with making the glass look good. And there was a little period of time in my sort of midnight delirium, we could call it, where I was like, "Oh, I need to message Jack to get his prescription so I can match the glass up correctly on the lenses." And then I went to bed and I woke up the next morning and I was like, "We're not doing that." I'm striking that immediately from my to-do list.
My prescription very almost made it into the script, but I got to a point and I was like, "Man, maybe this is too much." Like,
exact same thing happened to me.
Myself, you know, like
exact same thing. I was like, I can't do this. I can't get the exact prescription. I was looking at the deadline, and I was like, I can't. This needs to be done tomorrow. I can't be worrying about this stuff. It's gonna take 6 hours to upload.
Oh my gosh! I was checking my messages, and this whole thing about the ring bit. I think I actually did do the same thing, Law. There was one cover art where Kat was going on about like the brightness or something. And I think I changed the brightness by like one thing, and I sent it back, and Kat's like, "I think that's great." So it's come around. It's come around.
It's the same picture.
It's not the same picture.
There'd be so much about that. There is a back and forth because there were 3 different versions of the title sequence. There was the original version made a year ago, which was very, very different from the current one. There was version 2, which was never finished, and will probably never see the light of day because it was never finished, but it was quite important because it's where a lot of my ideas for version 3 came about. And then there was version 3, which is the one on screen. And one of the ideas we had in version 1 was that it would have a very, very strong, vivid color palette of kind of bright oranges, dark purple shadows, and kind of reddish midtones. And this was like a very much thing of the whole thing. It looked deep fried, right? And we wanted that. We wanted that a kind of like a very grungy, almost kind of 90s sort of look for it. That eventually transitioned away to what we got currently. But there's a lot of very funny things of, you know, when I was working on version 3, I had a bunch of questions written out. And Kat and Nat and we all called, and I just hit them with these questions. And I was like, color grading, this or that. They'll go this. And I go, shot transitions, this or that. And they go that. And so, I kind of had some stuff about the orange and the purples and stuff, and about how to try and incorporate it. And then as we worked on it, we kind of moved away from it. But there's probably a very long chain of messages between us, where I'm sending photos of Jack in the Doctor's starring Jack shot, and he's just really orange, and they're just like, less jaundice. And I send another, less jaundice. I send another, less jaundice. Send another, too purple. I send another. And it's just, to anyone else, it looks like I have sent about 15 images of the exact same photo of Jack. The exact same one with just, and it just eventually gets to a point where I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna increase the contrast by like 0.5%. And I sent it off and they're like, that's perfect, Law.
Oh, don't worry, Law. There are times where I've done line readings with Nat, and Nat goes, "Yeah, but do it just slightly differently." I'm like,
Yeah.
"Okay." And to me,
do
it
again,
sounds the
but
same.
better.
It sounds the same, but look, Kat's like, the Nat and Kat are just like, "That's it," and I'm like,
That's
"It's
good.
the same fucking reading."
I think the beautiful thing about this is that we've all decided to come out as grifters.
Yeah.
we have all pulled one over on Kat and Nat. Earlier, George said he played 2 demos. Did he? Have we checked? Have we listened? Are we sure?
To be fair, they might be in the old server, so we'll never know.
Yeah, no. Bless it. But yeah, no, if you'd made Jack look orange, like, wasn't there a thing the other day where we said we saw a picture of Donald Trump and went, "Is he dressed up as Jack all of a sudden?"
damn
I
it.
swear there was that the other day.
There was something like that.
No, it was
Because
we did have-
God almighty.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was.
Yeah.
We did have a lot of that. I'll have to show it off sometime because we had very deep crusty ones. I know I put these on the drive, so I know Nat can show these. But for version 1 of the title sequence, which I made, for quite a while, I didn't have any photos of the cast. I didn't have any photos of Jack. I didn't have any photos of Kat. I didn't have any photos of Ollie. And so what I did is that what I did have was a lot of very high-res photos of Paul McGann from the Night of the Doctor photo shoot. So for quite a while during the very early production of V1, in the title sequence, it just says starring Jack Alexander, and it's a photo of Paul McGann doing the pose. That's on like every Big Finish cover. And then it's like, and Oliver Smith, and it's again another one of his like, you know, once he's holding the screwdriver. And it's just him, deep fried orange.
My favourite was the first photo shoot we had of Oscar, and I can't remember who went it, and someone went, "The lighting in this is fucking dreadful, Ollie."
It was! As someone who had to work with that in After Effects, I had to put that into a 3D environment and go, how on earth do I replicate this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we kind of got away with it on that first one because it was, like I mentioned, it was very crunchy. I think that was a key word in the early days of the Red Twilight production, was crunchy. And I think version 1 of the title sequence was very crunchy, and so I think you kind of get away with it on that. But I do kind of go for something a bit more. I think it is a bit more kind of modern Who. I think there's perhaps a sliver of Big Finish trailers in it with the kind of mildly animated PNGs of the characters flying through space, which is kind of what we've ended up with. So I think it's evolved nicely. I think there's a very interesting kind of aesthetic change over the 3 title sequences, which I think really worked out for the best. I don't think I could really imagine the series as it is today with that kind of early aesthetic. I think it's we've landed on something quite nicely.
The early aesthetic of like the one photo of Jack where his foot wasn't his own, and Ollie in like 4
There's
pixels.
a lens flare just above his face that's going into his face. It's like
Before we got any photos of Kat as the Master, I was using that photo shoot you did in the Sacha Dhawan outfit, or a actual pick crew.
My God, I think, yeah, we're all very glad. I imagine Jake is very glad that he does not have to deal with those.
The things I had to do to those first Oliver picks. Do you guys know like the meme where the guy like, please?
What did you do to my
Please.
pics?
I had to put so many filters over it to make it look like more high res because it was so much lower quality compared to like the Jack photos we had at the time. So I had to like do a lot of like stuff over it to make it look like a little cleaner, and like I had to like blur some stuff.
Hey,
But I also had to take some other hair and I had to put it on like the other side to get rid of like the flare too.
Hey, this face may not be as high quality as Jack's, but people like it. I think.
I think if Red Twilight ever makes any kind of even just a small jump to live action for even a couple of moments, I think we need to film in as high as quality as we can, except for Oscar, who should kind of be like a mixed media thing, like Spider-Verse, where he's like at a different frame rate in like a lower quality.
Yeah, I think the less of Oscar in live action, the more people like him. I think once you add in the visual aspects, you ruin the character. Like, people imagine me with a bit of a Brendan Fraser look when it's just my voice, but they see the face and it kind of ruins it, doesn't it?
Oh.
Yeah,
It's like-
you got Moxie, kid. You got a voice for radio. That's what you got. You got a face for radio while you're at it.
Yeah.
Okay, the cover for episode 1. You have a very important job making your covers because it's what's on screen throughout the entire episode. It's what everyone's looking at. It's you do an excellent job with it every single time. And I was wondering if you could break down the process of doing the cover for episode 1. I know there was like an element of, there was a Pinterest board, there was back and forth. Could you talk about that a bit?
Yeah, so I think I was looking at my photos before this, and I believe it was in actually July. I think it's when I started doing it. So for episode 1 specifically, I remember I was doing thumbnails. So I was doing like really small squares just in my sketchbook, and we had a lot of different versions. I remember I got sent the Pinterest board, and I just kept going through different visuals. Like I was trying to think of like, I think there's one where it's like the TARDIS in the middle, and like Jack and like Oliver on the side. There was one for some reason, I think it was like a big like landscape, and there was like water in the middle with like a reflection of like the creature or something. There was like, the creature went through a lot of evolution that I don't think like, I think I shared to like one person, but almost no one knows that like originally I made like a Frankenstein creature-esque thing. That was pretty fun. But no, it was a lot of like just trial and error with the first cover we did, because it was like our first process of figuring out how to like work together and bouncing off of our ideas. But eventually we like settled on like I think I had this one of like Oliver in the front, and we're like, yeah, we like that one, and we kind of evolved that one to be like, okay, we got Oliver in the front, we got the TARDIS in the back. Jack is kind of like a hidden a bit because he doesn't show up till later in the episode, and then that idea just kept evolving. Eventually I added like the people like partying as like an overlay. I think I did use 2 of the pictures from the pictures board actually on the actual cover eventually. I think it was like the one underneath the highway. And then it was like the Flenslayer one I used on the side.
Yeah.
And then from there, it was just kind of bouncing back and forth of like, oh, I don't like this picture of Oliver. Can we try this pose? Can we edit that with Jack's sonic screwdriver? Jack's sonic screwdriver was green. I changed it to red. Very important. Just things like that. And then I kind of had to go back and forth. One thing I had to be very careful with the covers is did the text overlay for the covers first. Before that, and then eventually we also changed the logo. I did the logo for the people who don't know. So I remember like originally I was doing it with the first logo we had, and then when I changed the logo, I had to do that because you always have to keep in mind when you have text on anything that's probably going to block it. So almost, if you notice, almost anything in the center on the covers is not really important, because the text goes right over it. Maybe we should have a cover eventually where Oliver just gets like covered by the text for some reason. I don't know.
Are you Mike Wazowskiing me?
Yes.
But no.
Hearing through.
It was a really fun process, and then I think we waited a bit till we like shared it with everyone. We were eventually happy.
Yeah, I remember like just the gradual build up of it. I think it was more of a like, we tried a few versions, you built it up, and like there's like this frame around the outside that's almost like a sort of tattered album cover look that I really love. And like everything works together, and like the accent colors actually being like the really fine lines of the lightning in the back. It's like everything on that cover relates so strongly to the aesthetic and what's actually going on in the story. Like even the Doctor being hidden in the background behind the TARDIS, and like the roads and the sort of like, I know we talked about a bit about like the architecture and what it would look like, and like it's set in Stoke-on-Trent, and like how it's quite brutalist. It's concrete. It's orange. street lights. It's, you know, the alarm clock, the red of the alarm clock in the morning, and yeah, I think weirdly, like, I love all the covers, but this one is so close to my heart because it's the vibe of the series in a nutshell. It's created so well.
Yeah, I love it so much. And you've got the 201 for the time that the like power went out and everything, and the universe reset. And the I love the storm in the corner, because there was a point where I remember you were trying to make like a concept of the creature and that. Yeah, there was things with eyes. It went through a lot of stuff.
I did have a lot of versions of eyes. Now that you're saying it, a lot of the like thumbnails I did had a lot of eyeballs in it. Like, I think there was one, like the water one had like a giant eyeball in the center, like things like that. I'm trying to pull up the cover arts right now so I could look at them on my thing. But yeah, no, there was like, I think, and eventually I did like share the creature. But yeah, no, I'm really happy with how okay, now that I'm looking at episode 1, yeah, no, so that corner, like the top right corner with like the lightning, I remember I also put like a screen overlay there too. That was like super fun. The 201 was also from the Pinterest board, fun fact, that made it onto the cover. And the tattered outline, so fun fact, I just left that on there. So how I usually do it, I do everything in Procreate, and what I usually do is I create a base layer file with like the text on it. So because I knew on every single cover the text is going to be the same and just change. So I created like a base file with the text, and for some reason I had that on the base file, and then where I'm working on cover 1, I just left it on there. And it stayed.
It works really well.
Yeah, it does. It's a gorgeous cover.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about making the logo as well. I love the logo. The whole sunrise thing, it's so gorgeous. I remember because we were debating between it being entirely black and it having the sunrise, because we weren't sure whether it'd go with like all of the colors. And I remember at the time I was on board with wanting the version that was just black, and I'm like, I take it back. I was wrong. I see the error of my ways.
Yeah,
I know other things I need you to rectify as well. Certain choices I've kept pitching and kept being turned down immediately.
You keep Kat's eyeball away from it.
It'll work one day.
It will never work.
This goes back even further than you know. I hope you know that. I
remember it. I remember seeing it like ages ago in stuff.
Do you remember I pitched it for V2?
I don't remember. I can't remember what I remember.
Okay. Well, here's a bit of cut content. Originally, in V1 of the title sequence, Katherine Wheeler as the Master was going to be in it, and then we quickly realized she's not in most of the episodes. It's kind of weird to have her as a title thing, so I had to cut her out. And then for a very brief period of time, I was going to actually hide the Master at different points throughout the sequence, and there was going to be a bit where the camera would swing around, it would do a big pan to show the Doctor, and for a single frame in the motion blur, you could see the Master's face off in space, looking right at the camera. And it was a blink and you'll miss it thing. And that didn't make it through into version 3. But that was a single thing, and I remember getting hit with an "oh cool" back then. So I don't know what made you lose that. I don't know what's happened, but you'll come around again one day.
I do remember that.
Yeah, I do too.
Unlike Kat's eyeball, I enjoy the logo.
You gonna let that slide while they're in arm's reach?
Glass, yeah. Well, I like your eyeball in real life.
Oh, thanks.
It's very nice as eyeballs go.
You only like seeing a bit of it, though.
Yeah. I like seeing it at a regular distance and not extremely close to my face.
That's a normal thing to say. I'll stop stirring the pot. You're going on about Jake's fabulous logo.
I feel like now I have to give the context. If it was in the thing, it was such a close-up shot of Kat's eyeball in the thing. I have to, just to make it clear that I'm not talking about her actual right in my face.
Yeah. I essentially pitched at some point in the visualizer. I believe it was at the end of episode 3 or the end of episode 2. But I think it was episode 3. But for a single frame, right as the episode ends, I think it's as the TARDIS lever comes down, and it makes that loud clunk noise. as it comes down for a single frame, it would flash up an image of the Master on screen, all kind of scary and distorted. And it was a single flash. And as soon as it came up, Kat was like, "Oh my god, that's great!" And Nat immediately just hit us with 2 messages, haha, and a second one, no. And I reworked it so many times, and I just kept getting I do not like it. I think it's campy. And Kat was going, "I love it! It's campy!" And I could not do it. And I was like, fine, okay, it's both have to agree for it to be passed. So I cut it from the final thing, though I had it turned on, I had it activated all the way up until the moment I rendered out the final version. I was holding out hope. And eventually, this ended up coming up a week later, because, again, I talked earlier about Ross's amazing bit of sound design with the Doctor hitting the floor as the title sequence builds up and getting that single Night Doctor and then the title sequence coming in. And I really enjoyed every single week getting the audio file and having to listen to what on earth I had to work with that week from Ross. And when I heard that, I was like, oh, that'd be really good. And one idea I had was that, oh yeah, and when the title sequence comes back, I can pitch the eye flash again. So I put it in, and I sent it off, and again, Kat was like, "I love this. This is awesome." And I just got a very stern no from Nat, with a sort of heavy implication of, "Don't try this again." And I will put this, I hope you are putting this on screen as we are talking about it, because I think this looks fantastic. I think it looks great.
I will insert an example of the eye flash, and the people can see what they think.
We can have a vote, and if they say so, we will unrelease these episodes and do a re-release.
No, don't do that to me. I can't be doing Lies of Block 1 again. Don't do this. Don't do it. No.
Get back in the booth.
Right.
But yes.
There's no way that Nat Stephen Moffat you. Do you remember Doctor Who Unleashed when they're talking about the title sequence and they had that bit where it's like the Doctor and Donna were like peeking out of the TARDIS and they cut that?
Yes.
And they cut that because Stephen Moffat was like, cut that out. Cut that out.
Looks bad. Yeah. That's basically what it was. Nat Sauer, I feel I have to consult these two, and it's like I have to make them agree. If any of you have seen Ben 10, it's like those two aliens where it can do literally anything in the whole universe as long as these two can agree on it. And the whole thing is that neither of them can agree on it. So every time I send something off, I have to make sure I've appealed to both sides. And unfortunately, the eye seems to be a deal breaker.
Yeah. We pretty much always agree. Usually as well, we pretty much always agree on everything. Whenever Law sends us stuff, we'll usually, one of us will speak for both of us. And then occasionally, with things, I know that Kat will disagree with me. And so I'll give my opinion and then I'll say, but I'm not speaking for both of us. It's very clear. This is not both of us today.
Yeah. And then Kat will come in later and rag on me as well.
Terrible treatment, terrible condition. We just sound like we're really awful to Law now.
No, we were just, we were, I think we got quite efficient with it. I think we got very, kind of quick and utilitarian with it. Because I basically worked on version 3 of the title sequence for almost a month to the day. I started work on it properly, because I did version 1 in November of 2024. I worked on version 2 for basically the first half of 2025, and I didn't get anywhere. And then I started proper work on version 3 in October 19th of this year, and I eventually finished it up on November 19th. And during that whole time, I was sending stuff off to these two every single day, and it did just get to a point where I would just send it off, and they'd be like, bad camera movement, and we got very quick with it, and it was all for efficiency, really, on just being able to communicate what we wanted without, without kind of oh, well, this is really nice, Law, but, perhaps something else. It's like, no, it's shit, change it. We have 10 days, it's, and I really appreciated that honesty.
I've got to ask, was there ever a point where you went, shit, we're gonna have to Woman Who Fell to Earth this, where we're not gonna have a title sequence for episode 1, and then just gonna...
Oh, I remember on before we even started kind of working on it, I remember I had a very long list of criteria I needed to do, because I needed to do the episode title reveals, and then I needed to do the title sequence. And I remember sitting there at the beginning of October and going, okay, I have a month and a bit to do about, like, 2.5 minutes of VFX footage, basically non-stop. And there was a little bit of a moment where I was like, this could very easily be fucked up. And I think it took 10 days total to get those 4 title reveal cards done. And I remember at the end of that, I was like, it's literally a month. I don't think... Am I able to say the original release date was the 13th before we moved it up a week? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because...
weeks leeway always. 2 weeks.
Yeah. Absolutely. Because originally, the first episode was meant to air on the 13th of November. That was kind of the deadline we were heading for the entire year. Kind of at the beginning when we had that first meeting, it was 13th of November, that's the date. And then kind of, we just put November and all of the ads, just in case, a fail-safe. And then it got to the point where we kind of looked and went, we need to move this up a week. We need to. I think if we did not move it up a week, then yeah, we would have absolutely had to have Woman Who Fell to Earth and just not included the sequence, because there is absolutely no way I could have gotten a finished product done by the 13th. The 13th was done and there was so much of it was still left to be finished. So yeah, I think if it was not for the call to move it to the 20th, then absolutely we would have had to skip it out that week. And it's, you know, so yeah, close call. But yeah, I completely forgot about having to consider that.
I think there's a world in which that happened and it would still kind of work, because the way I look at Margin of Error, it's very much, it's, in my head, yes, it's Doctor Who, but it's more Oscar Who than, you know, because it's, you know, the Doctor doesn't appear till about a third into the episode, and it's more about Oscar's story and how Oscar joins the TARDIS and what have you. So I think in a world it could have worked. However, though, it's that massive hook that when people have watched Margin of Error, people have gone, holy shit, and have kept listening because the title sequence is so strong, you know, which is why we've had so many comments about why, because it is just gorgeous, Lord. It really, really is.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I think it's I think it's one of my proudest things I've gotten to make. I do need to give a lot of credit to Kat and Nat for it though, because quite often, and this isn't necessarily like a bad thing or like a thing I have a massive grievance for, but like I do often get commissioned to kind of not push things too far, just kind of do the kind of traditional Doctor Who thing, recreate this particular vortex, recreate this particular effect from the show, and I'm more than happy to do those, because I love Doctor Who, unfortunately. I think we're all guilty here, unfortunately, and I'm more than happy to do that, and I have a lot of fun making it, but it was very fun just to get something where it wasn't even just like a recreate this exactly, or just to do your own thing. It was very much working with Kat and Nat on just getting to kind of go like, can I do this? And them going, yep, you should do this as well. And I'm like, oh my god, you're right. And getting to kind of do something that's very experimental and out there. I'm very proud of it. I'm very happy with how it came out. Very happy about it.
Hearing about the making of the title sequence is so interesting. And like, I was there for it, and I want to hear it again. It's great.
You edit it for hours.
Yeah, I'll be sick of it by then.
Yeah.
Editing our episode commentary of Margin of Error, I'm sick of us. I'm like, why are these bitches still
Sick
talking?
of me.
Yeah.
Oh, great. It's another Doctor Who episode.
Yeah, God. Right, okay. We did the episode commentary for episode 1, so thankfully there's not that much to go on about. I don't have to talk to you about it. We've talked about it at length for 3.5 hours. Right, okay. The one question I will ask you about episode 1 though is title, Margin of Error. Would you like to just explain that and also tell us if there were any other working titles?
In all honesty, I've forgotten the working titles. I'm going to search back on this as I explain sort of why I went for Margin of Error. It was one of a few that I was sort of tossing around and it works for a few reasons. I put titles on my work often that have like 3 different meanings. And margin of error is, if I find them, I will put them on the screen. Now we'll put them on the screen.
Yeah, you won't do shit.
I won't find them. Margin of error works in so many different ways, and I was just saying, like, I can't imagine it not being called that now, because it's like it sums up what starts the series basically. Oscar fails his module by a margin of error. He fails it. He doesn't quite get that grade because, you know, A, he's got a demon professor, and B, he doesn't actually pay attention in class. So he fails that, which leads to this, which leads to that, which leads to all these things that spiral and cause his life to sort of go out of his control a bit. It's also that sort of convergence of coincidences that are brought together by... It's all about the universe reset, really. This first episode, these things come about with every reaction. The Doctor literally talks about it. With every reaction, there's entropy. There's stuff that's created as a byproduct. When, you know, you want to set fire to a piece of magnesium, for example, there's a bang and a flash of light. It's the excess. It's the 0.1%. It's the not every sum, not every equation is perfect. Not every reset is perfect. And literally the margin of error of the universe resetting is what creates the Master. That's why she's there. It's that level of there's no perfection. There's no such thing as a perfect 100%. There are things that will always happen as a consequence, and things that will be created as a byproduct. There will always be entropy. Entropy never dies. And there's this creature that's created as a result of the reset, the Master, Oscar, everything because of something that 0.1%. And it's sort of the convergence of everything that happens because of that creates the perfect environment for the story to start, basically.
Yeah.
I love that
I actually found what the earlier titles were. I went back and I quickly found them. For quite a while, the first episode was just going to be called Oscar, as akin to Rose, for a while.
Yeah.
And then for a very brief period of time, Beginner's Luck was also written onto the document as the title, before settling on... Actually, on my birthday, 18th of October, was when Margin of Error was kind of settled on. So it's at least 2 kind of work in progress ones.
Yeah.
Naming it Oscar was when I knew I wanted it to be a Rose type episode, rather than you like, it's not going to be a post regeneration story. We don't really go there. We don't really see that. We don't do that. So how do we introduce it? We have to do that Rose style of episode, but not lay it on too thick. And so I thought I can't do that. That's up itself. Beginner's Luck was one that didn't fit quite as much, but like I think what I was going for there is like Oscar survives, but only just, you know.
Yeah. Oh, woe is me.
Yeah. No winner.
Yeah.
More, stop stealing my lines.
Apologies. Take the floor.
Okay, so episode 1 was a very Oscar-centric episode. It worked very well for being that. I love it. It's very good. And Ollie's already talked about the kind of portraying that grief, and a lot of it. I mean, the entire episode is carried by Oscar. He's in every single scene, and I've lost the end of that sentence. You talked about how you kind of channeled that grief, because Oscar is so numb for a lot of that episode. And so really my questions on this are more about the reaction to it, like, because of how much people loved Oscar. Like, were you surprised by how much people like related to Oscar, or did you kind of expect him to be quite relatable, Ollie, to people?
I kind of expected everyone to hate it and that I could never show my face again, really. I mean, yeah, like the most I've listened to of like the Red Twilight series is about the first 10 minutes of Margin of Error before I got sick of hearing myself and cringed out too much. Like I can't listen to myself back. It's horrible. It's a nightmare. And I remember when episode 1 went out, I was absolutely terrified of it, and I was terrified of what the reaction was going to be. So I turned my phone off. I just turned my phone off, watched TV with my family. I did anything and everything I could think of to not think about the fact that episode 1 was going out. And yeah, I think the first, obviously, you two were sending me people's like messages in the live chat, whether that be on Discord or on the YouTube live chat. And from there, I joined in the Discord call that you guys were all in afterwards, and yeah, there was just it was overwhelming, I think, hearing people's reactions to Oscar and how quickly they'd taken to him. I was just like, I was really surprised. I was really surprised how much people loved it. I mean, people loved him. And I can't remember who it was, but there were people who loved him before the episode went out.
Yeah.
And I was like they were like, someone was like going, I so hope nothing bad will happen to him. And I'm like, yeah, you're not going to like it when you find out what happened to his mum, are you? And I remember those people, they loved Oscar going in, and they were like obsessed coming out of that episode. And again, my mind went, oh shit, you're not going to like what happens to him in episode 4. And yeah, it was very weird hearing what people thought, because again, I've only listened to the first 10 minutes, but for me, my performance sounds so flat, and just for me it sounds flat and uninteresting. And I guess that's because probably I'm my own biggest critic, but at the same time I was like, Christ, there's just nothing in there. And then I came into the reaction of people just going, that was so great, that was so, a lot of it was so powerful, and I'm like, it was? Oh, that's good. Yay. But yeah, no, I don't think I was quite ready for the reaction, and I don't think it's even really sort of properly set in yet. I think it's still a bit of a odd feeling for me, but yeah.
Yeah, it is lovely how much everyone loved him, and then you had a lot of thirst comments as well.
Yes,
I've been petitioned to give more whimpering scenes by multiple people.
Yes, that was certainly very shocking. I like, there were people who were like, I was like, oh my God. I was thinking, thank God this isn't live action, because otherwise I'm going to see some edits of myself on TikTok or something. But no, yeah, no, the thirst comments, that was certainly something. I mean, I'm very flattered. I'm not averse to it in any way, but yeah, it was not where I was expecting things to go. I mean, who knew a character talking about his dead mum could attract so many people, you know?
He's just so sensitive. I think people want that in a man.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things that is very great about that character, is he's very in touch with his emotions. And I think the better thing is he's very aware of his emotions. Like, he's you could argue that he's not, but the reason why he's not open with the doctor straight away is because this is a stranger. who's literally come into his life and has given him all this chaos. And I think it is built upon in episode 4 in the pod. Like he's so astute, like with his observations on how he emotionally processes things. And I think there's a level of an emotional maturity that I most certainly, I'll admit, I don't have. But he does. And I think they often say grief changes you, and it like changes your worldview. And I think it makes him very aware. And I think it definitely lends weight to when, he will pick up on social cues or the way that people are feeling in a way that the Doctor doesn't. Like, he has a deeper understanding of emotions and stuff, I think, through that grief. But yeah, going back to the question of like the reaction and stuff, it was really like, it really took me back. And I'm glad that people enjoyed it, and I hope they enjoy what comes next for Oscar in Block 2 and beyond.
Yeah.
We'll put him in the pod again. Yeah.
Yeah, the people were so mad at me for that. They were like, "Nat, stop torturing him. Let him live." I was like, "I'm so sorry,
Ain't
guys."
your fault.
Yeah, I was written this way,
Just a quick observation. I think it's very interesting to look at how emotionally mature Oscar is. The different sort of emotional maturities the two of them have. Oscar against the Doctor. The Doctor is emotionally mature in a different way than Oscar is. So, like, it's shaped by however many years he's lived of experience about why he says stuff or why he doesn't say stuff. And it's actually made him, I don't know, I think he understands why he feels the way he feels, but things are still, he's still frustrated. And Oscar is sort of the opposite to that, but has his own hang-ups and can actually process things out loud. And he does, like, the series is about him coming to terms with his grief and handling it. And it's just interesting how they're all sort of uniquely a bit dysfunctional, but uniquely very in touch with it.
I think there is that element of sort of masking, because as you go into sort of when he's in these foreign situations, even early as episode 2, he masks a lot of what he's feeling with humor. Like, he masks it with that, whether it be a defense mechanism or just simply something to take his mind off what he feels. There is, like, he focuses a lot on humor. There's movie references. I think there's definitely an element of him enjoying winding the Doctor up, which I think is a key part of their relationship. And as we write stories and read stories that are coming up, it's wonderful to see that element of their relationship has been kept and developed, because I think it's the best thing, and I think it's something that works so exceptionally well when you have a male presenting Doctor and a male presenting companion in the TARDIS together. They can kind of just be lads pissing about a bit. Like
The Doctor's
like, there are moments where they are just, like, the Doctor less so because he's a bit more stern and serious, but there are those elements where they are just mucking about a bit, and the Doctor sort of teases Oscar with this dry wit, and Oscar just he falls for it every time. But I think we've joked, mostly I've joked about Doska before, but as I think a lot of us know, that is not the relationship they have. We know what the relationship what they have is, and that will be something that I'll tease. We'll go further somewhere down the line, but we're not going to go into that here. But yeah, no, they are. It's a really interesting dynamic, because we come into episode 1 and we end episode 1 on Oscar basically being forced into going with the Doctor. Like, he doesn't want to go, and that's such an interesting take. And obviously big inspirations for that are people like Tegan, and mainly Tegan, and I love Tegan. Tegan is one of my favourite companions, so to get something that emulates her in a way is great. I find myself rewatching parts of Janet Fielding's performance, and there's a lot of that in Oscar. Someone said to me, I can't remember who said it to me, but someone went, "There's this sarcasm in Oscar," and they were like, "I feel like that's sort of inspired by Donna," and I was like, "Absolutely not. No, it's Tegan Javanka."
Yeah.
Like comments about the Doctor's ability to fly the TARDIS and stuff like that. That's all Tegan Javanka. Like, and that's something we've definitely got to try and squeeze in somewhere. That just the Doctor saying that Oscar reminds him of an Australian air hostess. We've got to find a way to sneak that in somewhere.
We can do better than that. We have Janet on the line, don't we? Oh, Janet.
I don't. Oh my god, I love Janet. But yeah, no. Yeah, he's such an interesting character, and you get such an insight into him in just episode 1 alone. So yeah, I can see removing myself from the equation. If I was just an audience member, I would like him, and I can see why other people do through that lens. I just don't like him because he's me.
Fair enough. I think it's funny. I just because reminding he's comparing him to Tegan. I was comparing the Doctor and Master's relationship this season to the Fifth Doctor and Aileen Master. Which dynamic is similar to. Just he wants to clock her in the face, just whack her in the face, really.
You fool! You thought it was series 10, but it's not.
But you can't because she's a woman. The Doctor, you can't hit her. The optics. What are you, stupid?
You thought this was Live the Land? It's Planet of Fire, baby. Yeah.
It's the King's Demons, baby.
No, let's not go with the King's Demon. No.
Oh. Final note: I will say it is very funny that the Doctor picks up a companion from the big year 2025 and is surprised that he gets rage baited by him all the time. It's very amusing.
Yeah, no. Or definitely Castrovalva, that'd be another one. Will Cat say, "My whib" at one point?
Yes.
I'm looking at the document right now. Episode 5 is called Castrovalva 2. I hate to leak it. I really hate to leak it.
Okay, so episode 2. The only question I have on Frostguard is for Jake and the cover.
Okay, so Frostguard cover. So with this one versus like the first one, I didn't do any thumbnail sketches for this one. I remember for this one, Kat had. This is one of the ones where like Kat had like a really clear idea where she was like, "Hey, I think for this one, I just want like the Oscar and the Doctor together." I remember this is when we had like a lot of the photos taken at the point, so we had a lot of like photos of them together. So this was one where it's like, I really like this photo. We're gonna put this together, and then that's when I kind of played around with it. So I know it was very clear, like they were gonna be in the center. This one was just like a lot playing around with like the landscape, playing around with the snow. I remember like with this one, I diffused like 2 landscapes together because we wanted like something like, obviously it's like a snowstorm. So I had to like take like a lot of snow overlays and like put them on top. I remember we wanted like this building at one point, so I had to put like a building over there. And then we had our little creepy, I'm forgetting their names. What's the creatures in episode 2? The Frost Wraiths, yes, of course, because the title is the Frostguard. I'm an idiot, but yes, no. Then I created a nice little creature and I kind of stuck it on the sides. But like because of the snowstorm, I think I was planning on like releasing a picture of them, but I never did. We'll put that in the behind the scenes. We'll figure it out. But like I have like a very clear creature of them, but because it was a snowstorm, we wanted to make them hidden, so they're like very faintly there. I like really like. Turn the opacity, I turned it like all the way down so you could like barely see them. And then I took like a dozen like snow overlays, I put them on top, and then boom, you have episode 2. But it was really fun. And I love, you'll see like with each cover, we'll talk about this, each cover has like a color difference. And like I want to say I did it on purpose, but I totally didn't. So like obviously episode 1 is extremely red. because that's the starter episode, and then the second one is now really blue, and you'll figure out the other colors when we get to the other ones.
Yeah.
They're
I
fabulous
really
covers. I love the colours on them
good.
so much.
Yeah, it's good. And the Frost Guard cover, I was about to say it's my favourite, but it can't be because The Exorcist is my favourite.
Yeah.
But this one, I love.
Impactful.
Yeah, it's like they're in it, and it's like all the snow everywhere. It's like an actual photo of them in the episode,
Yeah.
as opposed to like something representing the episode.
I
you know?
saw the picture and I was just like, that has to just be the center of a cover, and I think it can only be this cover. And I really want to use it because obviously, like, this isn't a spoiler. The Doctor, there's two sets of photos that we had basically to work with, and one set where Jack's wearing glasses and one where he isn't. I thought, there's not going to be a chance to use this if we don't get it on a cover. We need this. And like the sonic, like glowing between them is really gorgeous. Like the contrast of the red light and the blue, and it's so blue behind them. And yeah,
Yeah,
I think it's really good.
it is good.
Cover.
Yeah, and since there's not much to say on Frostguard, my next question was going to be about the Exorcist cover anyway.
Yeah.
Whoa, moving right along. Yeah, no, I mean this one was probably the quickest one I did because obviously it's a cover based on a movie. So the first version was only the Doctor. Oscar wasn't there, but then Kat later on is like, let's try Oscar in there, and that was a great idea because I think it really works. And then after that, I pretty much I added in the TARDIS, which was also really great but also it's like I kind of with this one I like added a lot of you see like a lot of these rough like textures over it. I love textures if you haven't figured it out. All of my covers. But I pretty much made them like all silhouettes. But for this one, for the TARDIS, I still wanted like a little bit of it showing. So like you could still see like the police call box and the light on top, but pretty much everything else underneath is just all black. And then I exaggerated the one window. I like exaggerated that more. So it was like the beam is like literally. It looks like it's like I'm a fire. It's like, I'm firing my laser beam. It looks like the window is just spitting out a big ball of light on it. But I love it. And then I added cracks and stuff, and that was it. This one was definitely like the quickest. But one thing I really liked about some of these covers is how you mentioned it with the Frost Guard is how some of them are like scenes. Like this one and the other one are really good without the text on them. Like like I want to make this like a poster or something. I mean, technically it already is. I won't sell it. I promise. Don't copyright me, Exorcist. I promise. But no, the ones where it's like just like a scene is like really, really great. Oh, one other fun thing I did that I want to mention with this one is I did this little thing where you can take it and it like splits the colors in old-timey films, and I did that a little bit in this one. So if you see in like the corners and very top of like the windows, you'll see like a little red and a little like blue like splitting. I wanted to do that because I knew it was like a movie poster.
Chromatic aberration.
Yeah,
Am I wrong?
That's the one. Thank you, Law.
That's the one. I also love slapping that on from one artist to another. It's always just adds a bit of spice.
Yeah. It's so that cover is so gorgeous. We were in the shops the other day and we saw a postcard with the cover of The Exorcist on, and I saw it and I was like, oh my god, just like Red Twilight.
Shall we cooked? Are we cooked?
We might be cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, writing wise, won't say much about episode 3 at all because it was obviously a collaboration with me and Thomas, and he's not here, so I wouldn't wanna just yap about that. But yeah, it was good. It changed a lot from its original idea because in the original pitch it was in Scotland and it was a completely different war, and so that one it's come a long way.
It was the vibes. It was soloing in like on what particular vibe it was, and it had to be in direct contrast to 2 because your first 3 stories are the intro, your first like new world adventure, and then it's something that's such direct contrast to that because you're trying to show the variety of the series and where it can go. And so it was like we knew we wanted that vibe, and like the specifics of it changed, but it still kept that You know,
Yeah.
there's priests, there's an exorcism, there's a house.
Yeah, it was the episode in Block 1 that went through the most drafts.
Yeah.
Because of the nature of it, Thomas wasn't able to finish it, so he had a lot going on. So he did a few drafts himself, and then when he handed it over to me, I did a few drafts of it. So it went through a lot, but I'm really happy with how it turned out. I think a lot of people said that they really liked the episode.
Some of my favourite scenes are in there. Just like the doctor talking to Robert about like him having PTSD.
I loved writing that little scene of the doctor explaining PTSD to this man.
And the voice,
I loved that.
Just the voice acting. Right? The voice acting throughout has just been consistently phenomenal. But like the performances from Jackie, who played the Revenant, and Ben, who played Robert. Oh my god!
Yeah,
Jackie can make. I have never heard out of a human mouth before.
Yeah,
and I was just like, "Is this a no? They've made the noises."
It was excellent.
This is a treat as a producer because I'm like, wow, just plug this in here. This is great.
It was so good. I remember editing that scene of the doctor going in and like seeing the child and seeing it like transform, and it was rare because it sounded so good without anything else. Before we'd added any SFX, without any music, it was like, this is the first scene that on its own completely holds up. Because I could like layer the child sobbing behind the doctor talking, and then I could layer the creature roaring, and it was like, oh my god, this already sounds like a full thing.
Yeah.
Which was very cool. Yeah, so my other episode 3 question for George, it had a very different tone, that episode. So what was that like to compose for, and how did it differ to the other episodes?
Well, that one was an interesting one because it ended up being done in quite a hurry. So my initial idea for it was going to be something very Bernard Herrmann. It was going to be like a string quartet, because I thought that would be an interesting kind of different kind of sound. And it ended up getting, so that one, it ended up being done in about 6 days, because I was trying to think. So I ended up having to stop working on the Frost Guard because it was the weekend before the episode was due to air, and I'd been in a very minor car accident, so I couldn't actually finish off all the cues I'd wanted to do on that one. So I ended up reusing one of the action pieces, if I remember rightly. And so basically I had spent the week after that essentially trying to work on it. So some of it, so I think we ended up deciding to go something a bit more ambient, because that would sort of complement the sound design. And also at that point, because I was only working from the dialogue edit, I wanted something where it wouldn't matter. There wouldn't be so many sync points. Like you could drop it in, and if things moved around in sort of the sound design edit, it wouldn't matter too much. So some scenes were almost improvised along with the dialogue. So trying to think, there were a few synths and a lot of sort of processed choir sounds. I kind of wanted to go for a very sort of, I think described it to a friend as like a Radiophonics Workshop gothic sort of vibe. Sort of if someone like Brian Hodgson had had like recordings of like Gregorian chants to hand, what would they have done with it? And layering a few synths on top of that. There were a couple of little snippets of string quartet that did make it in, mostly in the scenes actually in the 40s, in the sort of the time corridor bits. But even those, I chucked a bunch of sort of phases and reverbs on to make it feel more radiophonic. But it was quite. I mean, I'm really proud of all my work on the series, but that was certainly one where it felt like it was almost like just keying into the sort of the mood and trying to get it as ominous and creepy as possible. And I think that was one where I picked a bunch of weird scales and sort of just mashed the things like, okay, well, that's not really a chord, but what the hell. And it was a lot of fun to do, especially because, like I said, some of it was basically improvised. But I think especially hearing it with Ross's sound design for the first time when the episode premiered, it's like, oh, this works really well, especially some of the things that Ross did with the Revenant's voice kind of going from one side of the stereo to the other, and I'd actually had some of the choir samples doing the same thing, so it all kind of meshed together in a really, really wonderful kind of way.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just for sort of context, like I said, that one was done in 6 days. I think the next shortest score was Margin of Error, which took about 2 weeks. And I think both Frostguard and All Hail were probably probably 3 or 4 weeks. So yeah, that was, compared to the others, that was a really quick turnaround.
Yeah, I think you did a fantastic job on it, though. I think you created a really great musical identity for every episode, which I absolutely adored.
Well, thank you. That was very much the intention. I wanted to give them all their own, because I think overall with the music for the series, what I didn't want was it to be kind of just generic background music or literally just like 10-second snippets to cover scene transitions. I did very much want it to feel like it was, like you're watching a movie but without the visuals, as it were. So like I wanted the music to be that kind of caliber, I guess.
No, I think it really adds to the environments, I think, because it's such a different kind of, I don't know. I know it's really cool seeing all the different kind of musical inspirations you took for like particular episodes, and I think it adds to kind of the settings a lot. Where you kind of think about episode 3, and you think about the choirs and the gothic feel like you were talking about, and then getting the very kind of more kind of spacey sci-fi ones for like, episode 4 as well, and just like, I don't know, it was really, I think really added to each of the scenes. When I think about the settings, the music really kind of, it enhances them, I think, in my mind. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah. Okay. So on to episode 4. Jake, I'm going to come to you for the cover again.
The cover for this one was so fun. So for this one, it was very different than, we came full circle, because for like the first cover, I did the thumbnails, but for this one, Kat did a sketch. Nat, you could put the picture on the screen of Kat's sketch. Yes. So
Jamie, pull that up.
So pretty much, Kat, I think you literally sent that to me right away. Like you were like very clear on like how you wanted this cover to be like outlined. You're like, yeah, no, I got an idea. Let me sketch it. Boom. And so then I did my little snippy snips. I think the only thing we changed was Oscar's pose was different. In the first one, we really wanted to emphasize that Oscar was like falling. And I remember the first pose we picked was like Oscar was like out like this more. But there eventually we settled on like Oscar more out. And I really like this one more. Like it feels like he's kind of falling, but there's something more like, I don't know, angelic about it too that I really enjoy. I really just like how it's layered, because it's like an odd like totem pole for me in a sort of way. But no, I just really like the outline. I loved how the cape, that was a little snippy snip I also did. I grabbed like another picture that Kat did of that pose and I added that at the bottom. And then I just found like a big sun and I like overlaid the bejesus out of it. I really wanted to emphasize the colors. So obviously I did it for the sun itself, but then as an artist, usually I do overlays on each individual character. But usually what I also do when I really want to emphasize something is I literally just go on the screen, I take my marker, I draw like it in that color. So I literally did a big orange circle and then I blur it and then I either like color dodge it or I add it to really like emphasize it. So I did that in the background and also on top of the master to really like emphasize that orange in there. And then from there, it was just like I added more like the space. I added like some of the stars. I remember Kat, he really wanted more planets in the background, so we added some planets. And of course, then we have the fabulous space station on the side, which there was a couple versions of. I remember the first version had like some lights sticking out of it or something like that. I remember long.
Yeah, there was about 3 different versions of the space station that was kind of being cooked up as the episode was being written. The original version, Jamie, pull that up. The original version was going to be a giant ring around the sun, like a Dyson sphere, but just like a singular ring. And this was like as the episode was being written, so I was pitching like, oh, so it acts like a ring world, like in the ending of Interstellar, and you could even have if one point it stops moving and everything flips upside down. And Kat was like, that's cool, but no. And then I pulled something from the video game Outer Wilds, which I think I mentioned earlier, which features a station that goes around the sun in that, and it's kind of a bit more pincery. So I made one that was like that, and I sent that off, and that's the one that was used in the first version of the cover. And then I went for the lot more kind of greebly kit-bashed kind of version that we went with finally, that stuck on the cover. And I remember seeing your cover and going like, oh my god, look at that, and then seeing the space edition going like, I'll bring that up later because I just want to kind of revel in this for a moment. And it was really phenomenal. I really loved how you worked all those elements in.
I really like the final version of the space station. The other one was really cool too, but that one, like the blue lights, compared to everything else, was throwing me off a little. So this more just simple, like muted one, I think really fits well. Especially with the ring, that was a completely separate overlay. I had to like scrunch on there, but I think that works really well all together.
I think it's fair.
It was really interesting, the cover for this one too, because when I've taken photos of everyone else, we've always been trying to guess at the poses. So like you and I have come up with poses like do this, we'll see if it works for somewhere. Like the pose of Oscar going like this was because we were thinking maybe we'd have the master like puppeteering him. So, but the master's pose in this is the only time that we've specifically taken a photo after the cover, because you had the idea for it. You did the drawing. We talked about it, and then I was like, right, get the outfit on then. And we went down the park, and I took a bunch of photos of her in specific poses that would work for that, and that one worked, and now it's on there.
Babe, Jake's making the cover. Time to put the outfit on. Yes, dear.
Really old excuse, isn't it?
It's a very nice touch to it. Something I feel very emotional about is the fact that the photos of me and Ollie are taken right outside Riverside Studios, which obviously has a massive connection and history to Doctor Who. A lot of the photos are literally taken right by where a Dalek came out of the Thames, or out of the river,
Yeah. It's a fun extra layer, I think. Mm-hmm. I think back on the cover just for a moment. I just want to say, Jake, from one JoJo nut to another. I think it also reminds me just a little bit of the stone pillar in the Part 5 credits with Modern Crusaders, the big pillar with all the characters.
Oh yeah.
Episode 4 cover reminds me a little bit of that, just a bit from one JoJo nut to another.
I see it. Completely unintentional, but I'm sure my brain we put that in somewhere.
Yeah, religious undertones as well, very present.
Yeah. Okay. Before Jake imminently starves to death, would you like to give us a quick one on the Christmas minisode cover? Because I was gonna
ask if we were doing that one too. Yeah, I can quickly do that. That one was also really fun. But that one, out of all of them, definitely took the longest, and I did a breakdown on my Instagram, because for that one, that was pretty much all the other covers. We pretty much there were some slightly different versions, but the overlay we were doing of how the characters were laid out always stayed the same. The Christmas one had 3 different versions. We were constantly changing it. It kind of ended up where we were started. So basically, the first version was the TARDIS, the Doctor against the TARDIS. So because we had a picture of Jack leaning against the wall in a snowy landscape, and we had Connie the coffee machine. And I remember with that one made it really far into it. But then at a certain point, Kat and I both agreed something was missing. Kat at one point suggested presents, which I thought was a great idea, but it looked kind of odd in the corner. It wasn't sitting right. And so we eventually ditched that idea. Kat did a quickie sketchy sketch, and we were a reindeer. And I'm I love it. Reindeer holidays, that's great. Because we had this pose with Jack's hand out. I'm this is going to be awesome. Could not find a good reindeer picture. I found a couple, but all of them looked if I still have the file, I'll share it later. It just looks so awkward. It did not look like a real scene at all with Jack and the reindeer. So I'm Kat, I'm so sorry. We cannot do that. We can't do it. But then eventually we came back to Jack leaning against the wall. We got some Christmas pictures. So we got the Doctor in a little hat, which was great.
Yeah.
And we pretty much settled on a rooftop. And this one was hitting it really good. I felt like I blended it pretty well together, so it actually looks like he's leaning against it. We had the updated coffee machine because there was some changes, which was banging. I did a little city in the background with some windows and stuff. We got the snow, so it all came together. And this one also was really fun with the colors and stuff. We had a little bit of blue, green, some reds, some purples, all of it. And then once I added the crunchy textures over it, one thing about my style, it's very almost comic booky, I guess, in a way, with certain hard lines over certain places. So I felt with this one, with the paper textures and the rough textures and the outline over the Doctor, it's almost like a cover for that. This one's also a really great one. without the text on it. I think like this one in episode 3, I love like just having. I'm gonna eventually I did it for after Block 1, I did a post on Instagram with like the 4 next to it. But I know eventually when we do more, I'm gonna do like a big collage, and we'll probably do like a poster. We'll figure it out. I know Jackie said you were interested. We'll do like a big Red Twilight poster of all the episodes together. But this one took a while, but the final product was like definitely worth it because I love this one a lot. It feels cozy, quaint. I added I'm looking at it now. I added like those like stars in the background that are like really like exaggerated. I feel like the holiday like North Stars in there too. It was really fun.
Yeah, I really like that. I think I've always really liked your style, and I never quite could put my finger on it that like made it stick out to me. But knowing that you did went to school for illustration, I think has really wrapped that up for me. That little mystery of like, oh, that's it. That's the techniques they're using. I see that now. Oh yeah, that's fabulous.
Jake is now free. I have a
I'm free. They could let me out of this TV box.
I need to teach you how to fade your camera to white so you can just disappear as well.
Please do. We'll just put it in the edit. Just me.
We have no more questions for you.
Just transcended to another plane.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go. Goodbye.
Love you guys. Bye.
It's lovely having you, Jake. Thank you.
I'll see you guys next week.
I'll see you guys next year. I'll see you next year.
I love you guys. I'll see you guys later.
Love you too, Jake. See you. I can't remember if I mentioned this to you specifically, but when I was making the title sequence, I did have to listen to it at least 100 times a day for about a month. And so I just want to say thank you for making it good.
Thank you very much.
Because if I had to listen to something 100 times a day for about 30 days in a row, I'm glad it was that, because it was a very well done piece, and I'm very happy to have you doing the music for the series.
Oh well, shucks! Thank you very much, and likewise, thank you for putting together a title sequence that it was absolutely amazing.
Thank you, appreciate it. I did enjoy that I had the sequence, and then you did the music for it, and then I did the new sequence, and it was kind of based off of the timings for your one. It was like a very funny kind of non-verbal conversation we had because I was listening through it and I was like working through the timings in my head on like how I could line up the visuals with your music, and that's just very funny knowing that you were designing the music to line up with the old visuals, and I just think that's quite fun.
Christmas episode. Have you got any idea how many Christmas songs you slipped into that soundtrack? 'Cause I know you talked about there being a lot.
Yeah, not as many as I was aiming for, but I think there's Good King Wenceslas comes up a few times. Jingle Bells, Hark the Herald Angels Sing, the Sussex Carol, the Spanish language one that I can never remember the name of. I think it's La Rabada, but I could be wrong. Deck the Halls, I think that one pops up once. So what's that? That's about 6 or 7. Yeah, so it's about 7, I think.
That's quite a lot to fit into like a 25-minute episode.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Oh, Partridge in a Pear Tree, that one was... I think I did that one once. I think that was one of the cues that didn't make it to the final cut. So it would have been 8.
Okay. Interesting. And then again, Christmas episode. Because you did a different theme music for that Christmas episode. So what did you do in the making of it that was different?
So I didn't do anything. I didn't reinvent the wheel with that one because, obviously I wouldn't want to, mess up any of the times or anything. Because that's just before I knew Law was going to be doing a special Christmas visual to go with it as well. But all I basically did was I took the drums out, replaced them with sort of sleigh bells and some sort of Capaldi style tubular bells hitting the chord changes. I think I changed some of the sound design stuff. So there's a few sort of special effectsy, sound effectsy bits that were done on a Prophet 5 that are more audible in the Christmas one because they're slightly higher in the mix. But the main thing was I very sneakily snuck in the Glockenspiel bit from the intro to All I Want for Christmas Is You by Mariah Carey, because it's much like Oscar's theme. That bit's in G major, which will sit on top of E minor and sound like it's in key. So if you listen to the intro, I think I reversed it, and it's quite low in the mix, but it is definitely there. And
Oh my
I want to see if
God, I
anyone
did not
spot that,
notice
and I
that.
don't think anyone did. But it's these things you do to amuse yourself more than anything else.
I literally just mentioned I had to listen to the main music like 100 times a day. I listened to the Christmas one like 100 times for a week as I was working on that, and I never heard that. I was like, oh, this is a nice Christmas version. Never picked up on that. Oh my God.
Now I've got an excuse to listen to it for the 101st time.
Oh, wonderful. I'm pulling it up as we speak.
Okay, well, that's it on the questions for you, George.
All right. Well, thanks very much.
Thank you very much for coming. We've loved
thank you.
hearing you talk.
Oh well, any excuse to natter on. Right, well, enjoy
Absolutely.
The rest of the evening.
It's such a great time hearing from you, honestly. Thank you so much.
Shucks, thank you. No, well, take care, guys.
Take
You
care.
too.
George, thanks, buddy.
Bye.
Thanks,
See you next
Bye.
year.
Yes.
You're going to say that every time.
I'm lining you two up next.
Okay, right. Audience questions.
Ask them before we kill Ollie.
Yeah, what I will do is I will come back to any that are more aimed at us.
Right.
I'm going for Ollie specific ones that he needs to answer at the minute. I'm going to scroll through them. What type of cheese do the characters like? One word answers from everyone. You said the master was Edam.
Edam or Dutch Leerdammer?
Okay.
I will not elaborate.
Everyone think of a cheese while I look for the next question.
Already got one.
All right, go on. Cheese law.
Caramel macchiato.
Connie would just make that too.
Yeah.
Like how they can make like vodka cheese. You would just make caramel
It's got milk in
macchiato.
it.
Just be that. Just be that.
Yeah.
I can imagine
That's
the
my
doctor
one.
be like, Connie, this is sublime. What type of cheese is this? And she's like, caramel macchiato. Oh, God.
Coffee. Today's cheese is caramel macchiato. Enjoy your drink.
It's got to be cheddar because Oscar's a bit simple, but everyone likes him.
Yeah, he's a basic man.
Surely it's something like brie or camembert because he's best when he's cooked.
The doctor likes it 'cause he's French.
Yeah, it smells French, No, I think the doctor would be something like. It's got to be something that like people
Red
don't like. Something
Leicester.
rust. No, well, Red Leicester. I was going to say like something aged, something which like people don't generally like because of the taste puts them off a bit. So maybe it's like actually the smell is like maybe he's like a gorgonzola or like the bluest Stilton that you can imagine.
That's very him.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
He has two
Okay.
secrets: that he destroyed the universe and what his favorite cheese is. Just because that just kind of kills conversations when he brings it up.
Okay, so that one was from Star. We've got one from Russell.
Russ.
Russ. Try to remember the name.
Professor Osmond.
Yeah, Professor Osmond himself. There's two questions. So it's what's everyone's favorite Red Twilight moment so far, which requires a bit more thinking. So while you think on that, the other question is who are the characters Mario Kart main?
Ooh.
Favorite moment is the pod in episode 4, and then Mario Kart main because he's so much like me. If we're talking Mario Kart World, it's the Bumblebee. If not, it would probably be who did I main in 8? Yoshi or Shy Guy. It'd be Yoshi or Shy Guy, and then the Bumblebee if we're talking Mario Kart World.
He's very Yoshi. You're looking at a graphic. of
Sorry,
all the characters.
I need a visual here.
You're also getting up a graphic.
First instinct. No, go on.
I was going to say, I think the Doctor mains Donkey Kong because he's got a tie like the Doctor. So he's like, he sees that, he's like, oh yes, this ape,
This dapper chap.
I can get behind this. Yes,
This monkey means business.
We've
I like your.
We've got to film a short where we're all playing Mario Kart and fucking the Master blue shells the Doctor right before the finish line on the final lap.
Bastards.
It's all still in audio. It's just on the screen. It's like, are you crying? No.
But no, the doctor just starts going like.
Or better still, it's Oscar who gets sniped. The doctor's on the other end of the map, and they're like, "What the hell are you doing? I thought it was a leisurely driving game."
Stay on the left.
Oh, where's your sense of humour?
I think
is Bowser.
Bowser!
Because
Yeah.
biggest, the
Powerful.
most physically intimidating, spiky. I think she'd just do it because he's got the best aesthetics, really, and he's got a castle and shit.
Yeah.
Could be maybe Bowser Jr. because
She wouldn't diminish herself like that.
Yeah. Be
I don't know.
no, would refuse to admit it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I haven't played Mario Kart in so long, but I think looking at the characters, I think King Boo has immediately stuck out to me just because he's the same smile, and I think Connie would go like, "I like that guy's grin" because of her big goofy face, and I think she'd go for that for the big smile.
Aww. That's brilliant. And then the other, so we had Ollie's favourite moment. What's the favourite moment for you three? It was specifically on like favourite moment to hear, like to listen back to and be like, damn, that scene was good.
Doctor's introduction.
Yeah.
That's up there. That's up there. I gotta say, I love all the Oscar Ball stuff in All Hail. Like, I really love those. Nat's like, I describe it as Nat's Jet 2 Holidays-esque delivery, which I really love. And I just think Ollie's so good as well. Like, he has that really heartfelt bit where he's talking about like everything about his mum, and it pauses for a second, and Ball just goes like, "Oh, sun impact in like 10 minutes or so," and he just goes, "Thanks." Which made me laugh so much when I read it. So hearing it, I laughed so much again because I knew it was coming up. So it's either that or potentially the reveal of that whole last scene between the Doctor and the Master in All Hail, really, just because I think Cat and I's dynamic is so good, and when we get to the reveal, the confession, I just quite egotistically think my performance is quite strong there. You know, like I cried in the booth and it comes through. So yeah.
I can't make a decision to save my life, unfortunately. I have a couple favorites. I love the very first moments of Margin of Error because it made me go, "Holy shit, we did it!" That made me listen to it and go, "Oh my god, Oscar Underhill is real." That was really good. I also love the Doctor's introduction because that also made me go, "Oh my god, we made a Doctor Who," which I've said so many times. Oh my god, we made a Doctor Who. I really love the whole ending of Margin of Error. I'm just listing almost every moment for Margin of Error. I love the whole ending of Margin of Error.
I changed my answer.
No. You said your things. You said your things.
It's the ending of Margin of Error. It's the engine of Margin of Error. Because
it's beating me out here.
Oh.
Because I wanted to say, I like, the Master's reveal is fantastic. I thought it was great, kind of in the script, but just Ross's sound design added a whole new layer I wasn't even expecting to it, which really just blew my mind, because I know everything that's going on. I know what's going to happen to this poor Stoke-on-Trentian. Like, I know what's going on. And then listening to it and getting everything with the monitor was just such like oh my god, I helped make this and I didn't know this was happening. But also just Oscar's whole walk into the TARDIS, that whole bit as well, really sticks with me. It's such a visual in my mind. A couple other little notes. Wolf Furnace's speech was really good. Love the bit at the hospital.
It was.
I love the Wolf Furnace's speech. The bit in the hospital at the beginning of episode 4 was fantastic. There's just so many wonderful little moments, like the opening of Frostguard, or just other little bits like that, or of just like I have too many little moments that I just can't.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Yeah. No, I said there are so many, and that's why I'm cutting you off there.
Yeah. Final answer: when Connie showed up for the first time.
Yeah, I have to say my favorite moment end of Margin of Error and the Doctor's introduction, and I realised I can answer the Mario Kart question because I'm Vor, and so I'm feeling drawn to this turtley guy, and I forget the name.
It's Cooper.
Yeah,
Cooper.
I don't know. That feels Vor, the turtle, you know.
For Cooper. It's exactly like that meme of Cooper after getting into like a car crash that's killed 3 people. It's like, no, this is like that's for
Oscar telling about his mum's death. That's
exactly it.
Perfect.
None of these characters are a giant beetle, are they?
Ooh.
Oh, we have from Quattro. What do you guys think the Doctors, the Masters, and Oscar's letterbox top 4 would be?
That's a long question.
I already thought about this one. So Oscar is going to be Moulin Rouge, The Exorcist, Jaws, Back to the Future.
Oh, those are very good. They feel very Oscar-y picks. Very. I was thinking about Oscar in my head, and I was thinking, I don't know why, but the original Fantastic Four, not in his top 4 really. I just feel like he'd enjoyed the original Fantastic Four movie. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if I'm totally random with that one.
It's such an odd pick.
Yeah, no, Moulin Rouge is.
I was gonna say, I think he's either into like the kind of classic sci-fi stuff or like the romance stuff. I think that's his that's where he's at. He's very in tune with his emotions, and he's a nerd, so I think that's kind of his jam.
You know what? I might drop Jaws and swap that for Notting Hill. I can see him loving Notting Hill.
He'd see Hugh Grant in himself, you know? It's that there's something in common there.
I already do.
You've got the hair going, and you've got Oscar's got the general average guy accidentally falls into hot woman, you know?
Yeah.
God, I'll go to Jack. Sorry.
Jack, you got anything?
Okay, top 4 for the Doctor. Your Name, Baz Luhrmann's Romeo and Juliet, probably something wanky, like something French, probably, like The Choir, you know? And, Sunshine, the Danny Boyle film.
God, Jesus Christ.
Got 3.
Right. No, okay, I have to go with my picks.
Yeah. Commit.
So, first of all, it's one of my top 4 favourite films. It's The Devil Wears Prada. I just think she'd enjoy it. I just think she'd think it was neat. I don't know, man.
She's just at me for real.
For real. I also put Muppets Most Wanted because I think she's like Evil Kermit. And I just think she'd find that funny. This is really not deep and meaningful reasons here. She'd also love Midsummer. She'd find that very funny. I think she'd think it was quite creative.
She's taking notes.
She's taking notes. She thinks it's quite fun. It's like a shot away from her usual
exhaust pipe.
It's cute. And also Titanic.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I could see the Master having Psycho in their top 4, like purely for the shower scene.
Oh, good day.
She thinks it was okay.
See, I've not seen Psycho, and I'm assuming that this is because a murder happens in the shower, but I'm just picturing, with no context, it's like, she just likes watching people in the shower.
How do you not even know the shower scene? It's one of the most iconic scenes in cinema. You know, the...
What's the music? For the...
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Or the birds. I don't know.
I know.
Oh, the birds.
I'm gonna swap out Baz Luhrmann's Romeo and Juliet for the Doctor and put Curse of the Were-Rabbit there instead, because who doesn't love
Fuck
Curse
off.
of the Were-Rabbit?
Fuck off! I was about to pitch Connie's. I was about to pitch what Connie's were. You've ruined my perfect lineup. God damn it.
Yeah, go on. You weren't technically asked, but give us a Connie.
I was not asked, but Connie's on the TARDIS, so she overhears and she pops in. It is Wallace and Gromit a grande out. Wallace and Gromit the wrong trousers. Wallace and Gromit: A Matter of Life and Death, and Wallace and Gromit: The Curse of the Were-Rabbit.
She doesn't care for a close shave. Like, it's not for her.
It's a top 4. Like, if it was a top 10, absolutely. But it's just as many as she can fit in. She really likes it when the robots go haywire. It's her favorite.
I can't believe you've put Matter of Life and Death when that is just the worst one. Like,
the bit where he picks up the bomb and he's going to throw it at the nuns, it just makes her cackle. It's about food. It's about food production. It's about food production, so it's her favourite.
Where's Vengeance Most Foul? I bet she'd love Norbot.
Oh, she'd love the Norbots, but just like she respects the grind for making bread. You know, she's like, all these people, they just make bread all the time. I feel that. I very feel that. I feel like the Master would fuck with the wrong trousers, seeing as they are in it.
I think she would. No, yeah, I'm changing one of my answers.
She is in it. She's the main villain of that.
Yeah. She doesn't remember, but, you know, she doesn't remember anything, so...
It's old universe stuff.
Yeah, it's just what happened before the reset.
Okay, here we go. This one's also from Quattro. What do you guys think other doctors would think of RT Doctor, other masters of RT Master, and other companions about Oscar?
Oh. I think most doctors would dislike the Red Twilight Doctor, sort of, or like would dislike the Doctor quite a lot, personally. Just for multitude of different reasons. I feel like 12 and him would get on quite well, in the sense that they're both just that prickly sort of, you know, twat, for lack of a better term. Yeah, I think that's, yeah.
I think male companions would be irritated by him, and female companions would little brother zone him. Like, not even friend zone, little brother.
That's so funny.
I think Connie would be thinking about whether or not they're thirsty or not.
I think K9 would shoot Connie, and
I think the Doctor would. I think the Doctor would find K9's like sort of bloated remnants filled with macchiato hidden behind the TARDIS like kitchen fridge, and just refuses to piece together the very obvious evidence out of piece of his own mind.
I hope Chameleon pulls Connie apart, piece by piece. I'd watch it and I'd laugh.
Wow. I mean, if you've listened to the Chris episode, I think Connie could take him.
I mean, what's that motherfucking death trap gonna do after he hears initiating DoorDash mode? Well,
Yeah.
he's just gonna fucking take it. I'm sorry, like there's nothing.
No, Chameleon would take you.
Yeah, Mr. Smith though, there's a mutual respect for the grift there.
Yeah.
Right, go on, Master.
I think I no question about it. The other masters would hate the Master for the very simple reason of she's not the Master.
Plus, they all hate each other, really.
Well,
except for
they
Sim.
don't really underneath it. They get along very well, and they make a song and dance about getting on, and you know do other things with each other. And beneath it all, they kind of distrust each other. They just wouldn't talk to her. They just don't like her.
Yeah. It's like with the Daleks.
She wouldn't even
isn't
be
it?
invited to like the team orgy or anything like that.
I don't blame them. I don't like her either.
She's just irritating to them.
Yeah, it's like with Daleks, how it's like you have to be pure, you know?
Yeah,
She's not pure, she's not the
sort of
Master.
bronze Daleks getting shot on the except she's the jammy dodger ones, and she never appears again. She did just no.
Even Sim
vibe.
wouldn't like be into her. He'd just be kind of annoyed.
No. Yeah.
I think it'd be the equivalent of like when you kind of see like a corporation on social media try and jump on a trend. You know that comic of like everyone's playing with the pineapples and then the corporations get involved. No one wants to play with them. That's what it's like. It's like, oh, haha, we all hate each other. We're gonna stab each other. Oh, we're all the Master. We're all funny. It's like, oh.
No, I think.
Come on, boys. We're going to the other side of the bar. Like it's. She's killing the vibe.
I think the Masters would pretend to make Cat's Master feel welcome in the same way that we trolled Sony into re-releasing Morbius just to flop again.
I'm sorry we all excluded you from the last hangout. We were all in a bad mood. Please come to the next hangout. We'll definitely treat you right this time.
And it's just...
And she sat there at the bar, hand on her TCE.
Really performative about it. She'd be like, "Oh God,
Yeah.
my gang."
She's actually in Masterful, but she turned up a week late for it because they told her.
They gave her a different invite.
They've all put her on a planet that they're about to blow up, and they're just on an asteroid watching it and going, "This is going to be a fucking riot, guys."
This is terrible. This is the Charlie Brown of Master incarnations.
Nah, not even Charlie Brown, because at least you feel sorry for him.
It's kind of in the moment where you're just like, oh, they're treating her so badly, and then she's like on her own, and she's like, I like killing old ladies in hospitals, and you're like, never mind, actually, I've lost the sympathy.
Law, you know our audience. You've seen #lesbians for the Master. They'd be into that shit. They'd be like,
that's very true. She'd run away from like the Master hangout bar, tears in her eyes, and go to the lesbian bar next door and be welcomed with a warm embrace.
We can edit this out because it's spoilers, but they...
Yeah, she stepped on him hard, and
Yeah, in her boots.
Oh, yeah.
Here at Red Twilight Productions, we make sure to remain sane. Sometimes.
Right, God, it's a shame that can't be in the episode because like
Yeah.
that was God, the people.
Clash redacted across the screen.
Yeah.
We can do that when we do the Block 3 BTS. We can all like put our hands on our chins and we can have a harp play, and we'll go back to this.
It's like,
and after I say that, we then cut back to the future. Everyone hands on chins. We're going back to the Block 3.
Oh,
There we go.
God, the temptation to just keep this entire bit in, bleep out everything except for Kat going, she stepped on him.
No names, that's even better.
Yeah, I might do that.
It's like the genitals obliterated. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Do everything but that line. Keep that one.
It's all bleeps. I say genitals.
You gave me a perfect setup there, Law. Thank you so much.
No worries. I'm happy to oblige.
Robin has said, when it came to you all preparing yourselves to do your vocals, how did you get into character? In addition, did you use any special techniques in order to deliver certain emotional lines?
Quickfire-ish.
Quickfire-ish. The emotionalness is probably the most directed at... Well, I mean, we directed it... Well, all three of you have really emotional bits.
Yeah.
Oscar's the most emotional consistently, though.
Yeah.
I think I just channel all my most cowardly moments every time I start doing any of Oscar's lines. I just think, imagine reading this line is you confessing to the girl you like that you like her, and then I'm an absolute mess. I'm an absolute coward. You know? I'm like, wow, I can't do this. I'm so afraid. But no, I think because there's so much of it that is just drawn from me, there's not really, I don't have to think too hard. And I feel like at this point, because, you know, we've had like drafts of some of the episodes going back like a year now. So I think it's very easy. It's very easy for me. Putting on this character is like putting on a coat at this point. Like he's very, and I think because we've got that so strong line of how he's written and how his relationship with the Doctor is written, and it's so constant. I think that it doesn't take much work now that I know what that character is.
For me, My vocal warm-up for whenever I record is always doing my shot from Hamilton. So I'll always go, I am that paranoid mind shot, and I will go through and do that entire first part, which is everything that Hamilton does for that song, because I find it really it warms up my lips, which is what I need, because when I sip into the accent, I have to really sort of enunciate to be able to say things properly. And quite often when we do a recording, it will be the second run, which I imagine would get used, because my first run is like a warm-up, and then the second time I figure out how the Doctor would say things. Like, we recorded an episode in the studio recently, and there was a line about which I would say neither. But sorry, I'd say neither. But we were like, the Doctor would be like, no, neither. It'd be neither. It'd be the Doctor would say it like that, and it's those certain words because of that stupid posh accent that it's like, which makes does make my life a living hell sometimes when I'm having to redo a speech for a half an hour because my accent means it's not quite right, or maybe it's just something about my performance in the moment isn't there. It's that everything comes from the accent, and I build from there, really. Particularly, emotionally wise, the Doctor's very guarded for a lot of it. It's really all hail where it comes out. I sort of. The emotion really comes out in that confession scene. I really had to sort of just draw in a place of like, when you're caught in a lie and it's the only thing left there is to confess, and just that sheer overwhelming guilt that you feel in like knots in your chest. I really had to go there, and like the tears sort of just came, naturally from that, really. I've always been good at making myself cry anyway. It just comes into me, but I had to really sort of go to that place to properly do it. Yeah.
For me, the Master is interesting because the Master is emotional, yes. But I remember drafting episode 4 for the first time and I was chatting to you about it, like, what's the balance between, she's going to initially be a lot more robotic, and I had to decide what to do with that, because she's the Master, but she's a bit flat, and it has to be real. And so how do you make that real? So, like, what the Master's felt so far, in episodes 1 to 4, she wakes up, she's born. It's just like sort of a mix of confusion, terror, waking up in the night and you're hyperventilating, basically. You don't know where you are and where you've come from, and you just have the instinct to run. And episode 4 is she's on the back foot. It's not got that same emotional weight as it does for the Doctor, but it is still an emotional thing. And so when I'm playing the Master, and for recordings I've done after she's obviously died in the sun,
from after she's died forever,
when she dies
back from.
In episodes after that, when I've done recordings for them, it's like the Doctor's tears have a lot of gravity behind them. The Master's do, but they don't, and so it's more like edge of your seat panic, terror, which I am a lot used to, and I know what it feels like. So it's more the terror of keeping control. And like, every time I have to do the voice, sometimes it's easy for me to slip into, because it's not a very complicated accent, really. It's just the true phrase is always, I am the Master. I'm the Master and you will obey me. Then you say that and then you're in it. That's it for me. I don't know.
Yeah, that's good.
I say howdly doodly do and go from there. That's my quick fire answer.
Very nice. I was just doing a Siri impression for my acting. It was very easy for me to do Vor. Because every time I say a sentence, every time, this is what you did this to me.
Consequences of my own actions. Oh no.
Yeah. But it was very easy for me because I just think about Siri. I could just say anything, Our destination today is Actura Nova, the sparkling Class A sun of the Sisyphon system.
Everyone's got their inner in a sat-nav virtual assistant voice.
Yeah, see, I always do it with
Put it-
that line. The reason I remember it is because it's so sat-navy that it's, destination day. I can go straight into that because it's so
Yeah.
sat-navy.
You're a Garmin or a TomTom or something.
Yeah. We have one more and it's extremely quick fire. What's everyone's favourite snack/drink when you're recording?
Pure
Boring
milk.
answer.
I've usually had a Coke when we're to drink, and then oh god, it's usually some form of sweets. Like even tonight, I had my fondant pencils that I was just eating as as the first few questions were being asked. I've had wine gums. I've had Percy Pigs. I've had a lot of different sweets during this. But yeah, it'll usually be a glass of Coke or a glass of water by my side.
It's boring answer is water. Really, I have these little calm herbal tea, which are quite nice and quite good on the vocal cords. So I don't want to have Coke or anything too, which will ruin the vocal cords essentially. For what I'm doing really. And
Burn the money.
yeah, exactly. It's literally it's voice acting. I need my voice to be where it needs to be. And then I guess I don't know, jelly babies. Why not?
Not a food for me because sometimes when you get back from work and whatever, we haven't had a chance to make dinner before reading through a recording. So food or no food, but a cup of tea needs to be something hot and not too vocal cords in it. Cup of.
Yeah.
So I sometimes have a grilled cheese. That wasn't meant to be funny. That was a genuine answer. Fuck me.
I wanted to know, Lord, that I didn't laugh.
Appreciate that. Every time I take off the makeup, I look in the mirror and I see a clown.
I always have a monster. I'm always sat there in that booth with a monster.
See, that's different. You have those every day.
Hey, what are you saying?
It's your
man?
ADHD medication.
It is my ADHD.
It's your favourite snack, your ADHD.
Downing a monster and then doing vor.
Right, on that, I think I'm going to go.
Genitals obliterated.
And on that, I'm definitely going. Right, it's been lovely chatting to you all, but I'm going to call it a
It's
night.
been lovely chatting with you too, Ollie.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for having us. See you next year.
Okay, these are mostly all words.
Oh, there is one for you on the story.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it's very serious, Jack. This is a very serious
You
question.
offered it.
Yeah, I hope you treat it as seriously. But this is your own fault. The Rebel of Time says, can Doctor Who say, first we mine, then we craft, let's Minecraft?
No, you can't see your family.
Okay, it's a fair request, First we mine, then we craft. That's Minecraft.
Dun 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 dun.
Swapping that into an episode somewhere now.
Any on YouTube?
Chicken jockey.
No.
I am the Doctor.
We could totally do a recurring bit where he keeps bringing up Minecraft things, but and Ollie's and Oscar's catching them all, but the Doctor's like, "What are you talking about?" Genitals obliterated. And then nothing else.
Late
So
so
true.
can also go in there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
You've given me a really nice, thank you.
Oh, he's crying, look.
He's crying.
Let him
It's
go.
okay, Jack. You're allowed to leave.
Okay,
Wow.
I love you all. I love
Love
you.
you.
I love you too. See you next year,
Bye.
Jack. Love you
Bye.
dearly.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I hate you.
I'm very grossed out. Oh my god. We've just been slowly losing people.
I think I did some damage there. I think I did some real damage there to him. Final words he ever said to me in 2025.
Many months later.
Right, here we go. Right. Okay.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, Laura. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. So, we're continuing with the audience questions because we didn't finish
Long
those.
night, innit?
Yeah.
It's been a long night.
That we've got different coloured hair, moved house, and Laura's lost her face. It's
This
really-
is true. I'm working on it right now.
Yeah.
I'll be back to you when it's finished.
Okay. So, continuing on with the audience questions. We had Phil on Insta ask how we came up with the idea for this version of the Doctor, but we answered that 6 months ago in the first half of this podcast. So we're going to move on from that one.
Shout out to you,
sure?
Phil.
Yeah. we covered that in the episode 1 stuff.
Love you, Phil.
There are multiple Phils. We have Phil Hawkins. That was not Phil Hawkins. That was a different Phil. We have Phil Hawkins.
Oh, I take back the love you, Phil, because I love Phil Hawkins. So.
So you can come back with it in a second. Here we go. Phil Hawkins.
I'll come
I'm
back.
Philly amorous.
Phil Hawkins says, how many seasons of story arc do you have planned in your heads?
My lawyers advised me not to comment on this question.
We
That
would
is
say,
true. We can't spoil at least 2 more episodes.
but we know where it's ending. You know,
Oh yeah, no, we
have it planned.
yeah.
Yeah. How did you land on your format of 4 stories at 1 hour each?
Great question.
I didn't ask you this ahead of time so that you could answer it quickly.
I settled on that because I wanted it to be the same length. All the episodes, there's going to be 12 plus minisodes. I wanted it to equal or surpass even a series of Doctor Who before they started cutting the episodes down, to make it feel like, because not to go to real world to meta. When they start cutting down the episodes, I start having less episodes to watch, and I hate that. So the sweet spot for me was 12 to 13 episodes plus little bits. And so I thought every time they cut it down, I find it harder to connect with a Doctor. And I remember at the start of all this, maybe like the August of the year that we started doing this, and Jack was just talking about like how his vision for the series would go, and he's just like, yeah, no, I'd want like 12, 13 episodes to do it in. It's a piece of piss.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, sure, yeah. It's a piece of piss, isn't it?
Yeah. In my head, I was like, there are quite a few fans who's out there who do very good, jobs with like a smaller episode count. But I always felt that if I'm playing the Doctor, I wanted to have a bit more with it. So rather than split it into separate series, have it as as much of a replication of the TV show as we can. And obviously, look, I was just spouting off ideas. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to do this, and then going, "Cheers, Kat. You take care of that. Cheers, Mickey." Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I was going, okay, and where's my script for episode 1? Is that on my desk?
Where's my treat?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, no, that's the same reasons, really. Like, you want to really get to know the Doctor across a series, and like, I feel like because we aren't aiming for like Big Finish do sets of 4 stories, in a set, and there's always the set is very self-contained, and in a way, every 4 episodes of Red Twilight has a story to it, start to end, but it's not contained in the same way that a Big Finish box set is. Or I know a lot of other fan series will go for 4 episodes or just episodes without any real series to them. And I just thought, well, I want there to be a series, so there's like a bookends either side, this whole block of getting to know the Doctor, feeling like he is properly the Doctor, and it being less contained to little chunks and more a whole piece of artwork in itself.
It's almost like, and I'm not bashing them at all, because I think, so many fans do fantastic things with their series, and I think the passion is there, which is ultimately what should be there to drive something through like this. It needs to be a labor of love. But if you're doing, say like an episode and then you have a break, they're essentially like specials, aren't they? Where you sort of have to give everything up front to be like, this is the Doctor, if we're doing this series like this, and particularly in these blocks, you can drip feed those things a bit better to an audience where, they can, episode 1, for example, is essentially Oscar Who as opposed to Doctor Who, which is really good because you need to establish Oscar as a character, get to know the Doctor a bit, and then you get a bit more of that through the series until you get to All Hail which is the ending of Block 4, which is a bit more character focused on the Doctor because you have the Master playing into it as well there, which, again, I don't think you'd necessarily get that in something else, but I think it really works the way we've done it.
Yeah. And for the hour long, I think I remember thinking for some 45-minute stories, you would need an extra... We don't constrain it. We don't constrain the length unless it's like short and we think it needs more. We've had an episode that's an hour 10. I think the shortest is 50, so there's like a whole 20-minute discrepancy between them, and we won't constrain it, but it's just about how long it takes to tell a good story, and especially on audio, because you're working with stuff you can't see, so there's time that you have to give for something to feel fully fleshed out. I think
we're not bound by the same restraints as, say, having to put an episode of TV on BBC One every week, which has to fill a time slot and a certain time slot. It can have a bit more freedom to it, which is great.
Yeah, the question said like 4 episodes at an hour long, but they were never really intended to be an hour. I think originally we were going for around 50 minutes, weren't we?
50 was the
and then
aim,
some of them just ended up longer, but I quite like them being an hour. It feels like
you've got the theme, you've got the intro, you've got the outro, and it feels properly contained. You've got the bits that come after the credits sometimes. I quite like it. It's a good hour of entertainment. That's what we want to do. It's an undertaking, but it's worth it.
All right, so question from Red. They said, I would love to learn what surprised you all about working on this project. It seems like a big undertaking, and I'm sure there's a lot of unexpected depth. I know I remember when we first read that question, we were saying, because obviously there is a lot more that goes on about it behind the scenes. One of the things we mentioned when we thought about it was like the characters' outfits, like getting all the photos done. Like that's a whole, afternoon of me taking photos of everyone. Like when Ollie was prepping for the Block 2 covers, he's like thinking about what outfit he wants to wear for them. Like, the Doctor's outfit, the Master's outfit has taken a lot of working on it.
Yeah, I think what surprised me was, obviously I've been publishing for years. I come from a fan fiction background, essentially publishing and books and prose. And I had written audio scripts before, and just like one of them made it to being produced. I'd had experience, but essentially I was putting my knowledge of prose into writing the script and not really used to the medium and feeling around the medium. And like when something like really takes you and inspires you, you're like, oh my God, this is a whole new world to learn about. And it really inspires you to learn about making good audio. And that was a world that I was completely new to, because I knew how to write. I knew characters. I knew, I could write a fan fiction and put it on AO3 Archive of Our Own. I could publish a book. It. For the listeners at home who are unfamiliar,
I can't believe you just dropped their full gubby.
I could publish a book.
Legal name.
And now I can publish a book and I can make a radio series. And I'm absolutely in love with the audio medium now, and I like all the techie aspects that go with it. I just love it. So everything surprised me about it, particularly the just originality of it, and seeing how you can come to every single story and scene with a fresh idea about how to do it, and thinking about transitions and thinking about context and background and how dialogue links, and you can mesh something together so well and differently than how you can do it in prose, and that really shocked me, and I love it.
I suppose for me, I've got a couple. I've got a sincere one and a bit of a one. The sincere one is I'm surprised just how proud of this series I really am, and not particularly. Well, yes, of my own work actually. Yeah, no, I think I'm pretty good in this, you know. But
Pop off, King.
You know, of mainly everyone else. Like I'm so proud of Kat and Nat, how they've taken this project and given it this vision and these legs. You know, I'm so proud of Law for her work, and not just as Connie, but you know, for all the SFX as well, or you know, for all the all the FX as well, I should say. For Ollie as well, for you know who you know we cast in this and just absolutely inhabits the role of Oscar so perfectly. Like for me, a couple takes. It'll take me a couple takes to sort of get the run up into becoming the Doctor again. Ollie, he just switches it on and off, which is just beautiful. It's gorgeous. Jake's covers are absolutely beautiful as well. George's music is. I need an actual physical release, like an actual album, which I can just play on Spotify all the time. And everyone else behind the scenes, it's, you know, Ross for editing as well, and Kat's editing and Nat's editing as well, which they've had to do for it as well. Just how good it sounds. So I'm so proud of all that. But the thing I'm really surprised by is the amount of words I just can't pronounce in that goddamn accent. The amount of words that are so tricky just for me to get my mouth around the vernacular because of having to put on that stupid accent all the entire fucking time, you know?
Do you think if you knew how difficult it would be, you would choose a different accent? And if so, what would it be? I'm defecting. I'm asking the questions.
I asked that one in the first part. I asked if he regretted it, so I suppose that's different.
Yeah, I don't regret it in any way. I don't think I would do it anyway, because I think Kat's described it better than I ever could. It's me trying to do a Colin Baker impression, but really like just falling short of it. So, which I think is nice though, because I don't think you see many fan doctors trying to take inspiration from that. You know, there's quite a few fan doctors that are wearing long coats. I say that when I wear a long coat myself in it, you know, wearing sand shoes as well. But
we see the fit check.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's so, you know, trying to do that, you know, me doing a bad Colin Baker impression because it's so bad being its own thing. I really do like that. And I really think it fits, the Doctor in this series as well. I think it's, you know, the pomp, the arrogance is kind of there, even if he's maybe not quite the levels of the Sixth Doctor on TV. There's an air about him, isn't there? Which is sort of like, you know, kind of, I don't have time for this shit. Oh, God's sake, I have to pick up a +1. But so no, I wouldn't do it in a different way. But if I did, I suppose I would just be. I'd never do like my normal voice because I don't like it. You know, I do the podcast and I hate listening back to it myself. Like it's just like, oh, I don't like that voice. You know, so it would be still me putting on an accent of some kind, but I don't know what it would be. You know.
You know what people really love? They really love Knives Out. They really love Benoit Blanc.
Rocks, stars, makes no damn sense. Compels me.
I'm not just saying I destroyed this hero universe. I'm saying it is entirely of non-existence to death.
I say, Oscar is smart as a bowling ball, sharp as a bowling ball.
Can't wait to hear that in Red Twilight Redux in like 15 years' time.
Yeah.
God. I'm not sure what I would say to the question of what didn't I expect. I think I have said surprisingly a lot of VFX work for an audio series. I think possibly that. But I feel like I may have mentioned that before. I've got I've bought a lovely, definitely during this, podcast, and definitely not in the possible 5-month gap between, but I now have a lovely board on my wall covered in sticky notes, and I have a bunch just dedicated to the stuff I have to do for Red Twilight, and I would say that's been a bit of a shock, but honestly I think it's been of our own accord, really. I'd love to say, like, oh my god, I can't believe we got so much work, but literally every other day we're just like, oh my god, wouldn't it be cool if we did this? Wouldn't it be cool if we did that? Because I think we all just really love working on this stuff, and I'm not that attached to the sun, you know, I'm not that attached to the grass. I can live with it. But yeah, I'd probably say that. It's been a real joy to work on there.
Yay. Okay. Yay! Rachel said, how different was it writing for an audio drama from writing written stories? And did you find the transition challenging? And overall, do you have a preference? I mean, that's all of you, you know, you've all written a script. Law, you're writing a script, you know, cheeky reveal that you're writing for Block 3.
Oh, spoilers. Oh, I am indeed.
But yeah, for me, I found it hard at first transitioning to script writing, I think. Well, not properly hard, but it was just not what I was used to at all. And the first thing I wrote for RT, which is the first thing I'd properly written as a script, was the final scene of episode 8. And I wrote it basically in prose. And then I wrote the entire episode from start to finish, and I had to, at the end, rewrite the final scene as a script and not as prose.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. But like, I'm
putting in a bit of extra work doing prose adaptation.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I do that.
Wow.
I think it makes you appreciate prose more when you go back to it, because they're vastly different worlds. And if you like translating an audio script into prose, say, I've like tried it a little bit. It's the most satisfying thing in the world, because it's just like I can convey to the audience what I was trying to put down on paper, but I couldn't tell you because it's subtextual, and it's better that way. But when you go from prose to audio, it's like, okay, here's the fanciful version of it that like kind of could have happened, might have happened, going to, okay, this is the real life, what's happening. It's like, I don't know, writing predominantly audio makes me really appreciate prose, and audio can be, you can get into a real flow of it, because if you imagine the scene as you're writing, it develops, and that's what it is in your head to the paper. Prose, it's like the words flow off of themselves. You're reacting to the words that have come before, and it can change between your head and the page and the paper, and it sort of becomes its own little creature, for better and a lot of the times for worse, actually.
Yeah, I think it's a bit easier to get in the flow with audio, because you don't have to think about like writing the scene description around it. It's like, if these two characters are talking, what would they say next? So it's easier to just get it down.
Prose is like writing yourself into a corner of a maze and then having to draw the line back out again really intricately.
Yeah.
Audio, it's just like Jenga, but you can cheat and put stuff back in again.
Yeah, but then I can't say, you said, do you have a preference? But I can't say I have a preference, because to me they both serve different purposes.
So they're so different.
Yeah. I think a great strength of audio, which is what I really like about it, is that it can lean you to be a lot more character driven. I can't remember what I can't remember the name of who did it, but it was a lovely person who leaves really great little sort of reviews in the comment sections of all of the videos on YouTube. But the one that was left on episode 4 kind of, I think, described it as like the blockbuster of the audio medium, 3 really long conversations or something like that. That really made me click and go like, yeah. And that sort of like, when you can't really do action in audio. Like, it is possible, and it can be done well, but like so much of it is you just sort of like, oh yeah, I'm imagining a fight scene. It's really cool. You know, it's like, yeah, this sounds great. I think a great thing about audio is you are just listening to people talk, and that's such a great strength, because you can have actors just kind of bounce off of each other, so you can just kind of get in the flow of just like, a lot of it's so much dialogue, you can just have characters bounce off of each other and just have that, I don't know, carry so much of the story. It's like a lot of very character-driven pieces, and I think in my experience with like Doctor Who specifically, it can do blockbuster. It has done blockbuster. It probably will do blockbuster again at some point. But I think a lot of where it shines is where it kind of gets to do the whole, you know, a lot more of it's in the character work. I think a lot of people like to talk about how much better Doctor Who is when it's on a lower budget or whatever, and that's a big conversation. But I think one of the big things of that is that a lot of the time when it's a bit more lower budget and you do just have actors on a set talking, that's kind of what you play it to the strength of, and I think with audio that's I think also where you can kind of, you know, get it to. You can't get too lost in, you know, what's going on and all the big high stakes. You know, I really love the series 4 finale and everything, but it is just an absolute like mess of characters of just like, you know, Stolen Earth, Journey's End. Like there's a lot of characters and it's a big sort of Avengers thing and all that kinds of stuff, and it just saves all the character work for the very, very end, because everything else is like exploding Daleks and planets and all sorts. And what I do quite like on audio is that you're sort of more put on the sense of just like, alright, you have these characters and you can hear them, what are you gonna do? Which I really, really appreciate, especially for characters like the Master that can be very kind of manipulative of people specifically. That can be something that really, I don't know. I think that's a trait of them that can really soar when on audio, you know. Just listen to my voice. Okay, I don't have a choice. I can't look at you, mate.
For me, this is my first audio like play, like, you know, in terms of writing. The mini-sode that we did for Christmas is the first experience I ever had in that. But I've done plays pretty much all my life. I've written plays and what have you, so it was very easy for me to sort of slip into that world, because I mean, our audio scripts, particularly because we quite often do them on call over a call to get the chemistry and get the line reads there. It was just a play for me, and that's what I was, you know, thinking of. Thinking of it as, and, you know, so for me it was a lot of fun there. And yeah, I was, you know, you spoke a lot about it, you know, how the picture forms in your mind. You know, as I was writing things, I'd be like, oh, this would be funny if this happened, this would be how, and I'd be seeing it happening as if it was an actual episode. Like the whole bit where the Doctor and Connie are trudging through the snow, I could see it in my head so clearly. And then, you know, Santa going across and what have you. It was all just easy for me to do that. And whereas with prose I found more difficult when I've done it, but maybe more satisfying in a way, because it's almost like it's that labour of love where you've got to sort of you know, interpret all this mess in your head. And like you said, Kat, it can change as you get it to the page, you know. So whereas that can maybe be a bit more difficult for me, I don't know, they can both be difficult, but no, I just really enjoyed it. And I know that's a boring answer. I just really enjoyed the opportunity to go, you know, and to be trusted to do it really as well, you know.
Yeah. I think in terms of like the differences between prose and script as well, I think there are things that like you don't realize the differences, like that we didn't pick up on until late. Like a thing we missed was you forget you can't always like use the power of silence in terms of like, it seems obvious, but like someone can't not respond to something. Like you imagine it being on screen where, like, you know, the master says something and then the doctor, like, glares at her, doesn't reply, and she's like, oh, you know, what you want about? But, like, in audio, it just sounds weird. And there are so many points where at a very, very late stage, we've had to get someone to record, like, just a single word of them going, like, ugh, or whatever, like just a noise, so that we can put it in so that it's not utter silence. Otherwise, you cannot tell they're still standing there. And it just sounds really odd.
I was editing in.
Talking to my longtime rival, and they vanish.
My job today was editing someone grunting into a scene. Not the doctor. You'll be dismayed to hear. What a character from one of the episodes is in a situation, and we were like, hang on, we need to make this character have a presence in this scene, but they're not saying anything. So I just had to place really well-timed grunts.
Yeah.
Anyway, next question.
I'm guessing Nat wasn't in the room for that, because
No.
That hasn't heard the.
Can we address the grunts and situation when Nat is in the room trying to direct it?
I may slightly get the giggles occasionally.
Somebody's a giggly little bitch.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Okay.
I think one of my favorite moments was when we were recording the minisode, and I'm there torturing myself.
I know.
And I literally had to lock in so hard, because the first take I could just hear Nat absolutely just losing themselves entirely, and Kat sort of having to be like, you know. And then it got to the point where when we did the next take, they had to switch off their camera and microphone so I could do it. Yeah.
I don't think it helped that you were also pulling faces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were doing full method, you know? You really thought you were being tortured.
What? Wait,
your eyes were rolling back.
I wasn't supposed to be shining bright lights in my eyes and what? Burning my retinas on purpose.
Big documentary comes out once the series is over, revealing Jack went full method, and we're all scared for our lives.
Yeah.
That's why we both wear glasses now, you know.
Yeah.
He mauled me with a flashlight.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll do it again.
We need this guy to regenerate stat, guys. He needs to leave at the end of the season, I'm telling you. This was always the plan.
Right, okay. I know the exact words that are going to leave your mouth the second I ask this question, and you're going to have to put a foot in the jar. Yeah. What media outside of Doctor Who was an influence on the creative direction of Red Twilight?
No, that wasn't my first thought. That wasn't my first thought.
I don't believe you. Go on. Although there's two things I know you're going to say.
Oh, fuck no. Let someone else
Go on.
It's the Matrix. And I have no mouth and no scream. It's
Yeah.
the two. I'm sorry. I have said it before, and I'll say it again. The series was actually. I mean, the series is quite dark when it gets to those points, but some of it was going to be darker in response to like stuff that I've seen in the same vein of like really existential horror, body horror. Like it's like more horror has gone into it than you'd think. Like the really subtle horror. Like there's a book called All Tomorrows, which is one of my favorite books to look at for inspiration. It's just like up as a PDF online. It shows like a parallel evolution of the human race, and it's like body horror as it sort of details what humans evolve into. And I think my sort of brain smushed it all, and I was like, I want this brand of horror that's shown but really heavily implied. The horror is the subtext. The horror can sometimes be the text, but is also the subtext. So yeah, I'll put a quid in the jar.
Okay.
Connie's the toaster from Red Dwarf.
Of course. Dwarf have such a like accidental thing where like we keep writing things and then being like, oh my god, like in Red Dwarf.
Where have we got this from? Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
The ongoing joke is Hitchhikers from Red Dwarf.
Yeah. Hitchhikers less than you'd think, but sometimes. Red Dwarf most.
Yeah. Red Dwarf most. Hitchhikers is like not frequent but always welcome, where we're just kind of like, oh, what if we did this? And it's like book 3? Like, fuck, like book 3. It's like, always, of course. I do think it's quite lovely that we do go for, like, you know, I Have No Mouth and Matrix and all this sorts of stuff, and when you look at it, it absolutely has that, and right next to it is your chirpy toast-making companion. Just, also sitting there. It's quite cute. It's very much I think a little bit has kind of become a bit of a love letter to all of the sci-fi we all like, which I think is quite cute.
Definitely.
Other mediums for... I mean, it's difficult because the Red Twilight Doctor is very... Again, it all comes back to the 6th Doctor, but there's also a lot of 12th Doctor in there as well. You know, there's big Series 10 fans on this call right now. It's wow. So that's there. There's definitely as well, there's elements of other things, like there's a bit of Percy from Critical Role in the Doctor as well, just like even down to the fucking coat, like really. There's I've never said this one publicly as well, but there's a little bit of Eraserhead or Ozawa Sensei as well in the in the voice that I do from My Hero Academia as well, which is like, you know, kind of more like the gruff side, you know, particularly okay, Tenya, eat a cat.
It's very him.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And a little bit as well. A little bit of just like generally like the found father, you know, like, you know, the protective father figure sort of trope, you know, looking at things like The Last of Us and other things like that, where it's this character who's sort of stepping up into this fatherly role, which certainly the Doctor never intended to do that. You know, the whole line in the minisode where he says he never wanted a companion, he never felt like he necessarily deserved one in this, and to have the relationship which he does with Oscar, which where we are right now is still very much like professor, you know, student, or no, lecturer student really is what we're going for really with it as well. But it's sort of an element as well in that Oscar being, you know, who he is as a character and his backstory regarding his mum, there's the elements there of, you know, I don't want to go into too much detail about things, you know, I don't want to spoil things coming up, but yeah, and feel free to cut any of that as well.
I think as a final addition to that thing, just because it popped in there and it just took me a moment, Boards of Canada. Boards of Canada, I think that counts a lot.
Boards of Canada it was just one of the first albums I sent the whole thing to Jack and I was like, this, right? Yeah. Because it just the tone of it. That's music.
That was I think it's less like I think that absolutely like counts even as less of a form of like direct narrative or like thematic connection, but just atmosphere. Absolutely. Definitely that regarding atmosphere. Can't believe that took me so late to come to realize. But any time it's like, oh, I gotta work on my Twilight stuff, you pull up Boards of Canada, like you do that. Yeah. Final last minute mention.
Okay. God, this is kind of a similar question. We might not have an actual answer to this because we might have covered it really. But Rachel saying, did you have any inspirations for your stories / characters? I think we've probably kind of covered that.
I mean, in terms of the minisode, for me, it's the original title was The Doctor Who Stole Christmas, and it was going to be very much, you know, and there's elements of it there of like the Doctor having to go through these houses, what have you, but it was going to be playing on the Grinch essentially. But my idea behind it was that after All Hail, I really wanted to check in with the Doctor and Oscar and their innate relationship. I really wanted to have the Doctor sort of having some emotional fallout from that, which maybe we wouldn't necessarily be able to touch upon in a full episode. So my, like anything nowadays, I looked at my favourite series of Doctor Who of all time being the 11th Doctor Chronicles, and they had this amazing sort of extra episode which comes out between the second and third box sets called Broken Hearts. The minisode, or the Doctor Who Saves Christmas, is essentially sort of my ode to Broken Hearts, because it's taking this concept again, which in the course of that series, Broken Hearts wasn't going to happen. It was just going to be this incredibly horrible thing happens to the companion in this because of the Doctor, and then it's not really picked up in the next story. So Lisa McMullen at the time said to Alfie Shaw, this ain't right, and Safi Ringa agreed as well. And it came out of that, this story between them, how the Doctor and companion make up, but kind of also be like, yeah, no, that was some fucked up shit that happened there. And I really wanted to touch upon that there. And like, you know, the Doctor and Oscar are just getting to know each other in the first few episodes. So there's not all that much tension. So I sort of wanted it to be that sort of breaking point for a moment as well. They had their first fight, essentially. So, yeah.
Very nice. I was just going to say it's not out yet, but Interstellar's a cool movie. Anyway, and I saw the TV glow. Anyway, keep going.
Keep that in mind for block 3.
Keep that in mind. I'm resetting the RT leaks counter.
Yeah. Everyone just got to hold on for the next year. Hold on to the word Interstellar if you want to block 3.
Just hold on to that. Watch Jane Shonenbaum. Just keep it in mind.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. It was just What do you look for when you consider script pitches?
Right. I'm sitting up now. This is serious. What do I look for? So I think I've called for scripts twice, and the way that we or I will look for scripts is a bit of half and half, asking people that we're interested in working with, and half just leaving it open. So if anyone has a good idea, can just pitch. And I think it is very much a case of we are open to anyone's idea. If you have a good, well held together story, and you pitch it, we'll take the idea, but in the actual pitch itself, in the actual script or pitch, I think there's a few things that we're looking for. Like, you've got to work a little bit outside the box of what Doctor Who on TV usually is. Because we've tried to strike a tone with Red Twilight that is different and stands on by itself. And so what we've done quite consciously is try to avoid, bringing the Daleks back for episode 3, bringing the Cybermen back for episode 4. We try to make these stories like if we were making a completely original anthology, each story would have to hit on its own. And so I would say just focus on telling a story that holds itself together from start to end, that doesn't borrow too much from the canon of the show. This story is cool because it has the Daleks in. This story is cool because it has the Silurians in. I would say make it something that you'd want to see on TV and go, now that is a good pitch. That's a good story. But other than that, like, we're open, and when the call goes out, please do apply.
Yeah, and when you said as well about reaching out to people that we want to write stories, even then, like, for everyone, we're accepting pitches based on the story. So, like, we've reached out to people and said we want you to write something for it, but then we've still workshopped the ideas with them, because getting the right story to fit into, like, the arc that we have planned is what's the, like, important thing.
Yeah, planning ahead and having, like, it's no good having a basket full of similarly toned things, however brilliant they are on their own. It's about finding variety, and going from story to story was a completely new thing, because the aim of the series is to show just how vast the universe is and just how unexplored and new it is. And so that's the aim. That's my answer.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Okay, there's only 2 left. We have... What was the initial idea Red Twilight was born from? To clarify, Kat said on the Who Knew live stream that Red Twilight spun out of an idea she had. Sorry, I pulled that face just because it was so long ago now. What was the initial idea, or can you not tell us yet? I think we will have touched on it.
We'll have touched on it. Yeah, it was just, I think the initial philosophical idea that the universe could have ended and we wouldn't know, and that was essentially it. And, like, I think I worked from both that idea and of having the reluctant companion dynamic, but really explored in a way that hasn't been before, and pairing those together and how it might create tension from those two working together. But yeah, I think I must have talked about that at length.
we've heard about last Thursdayism.
Yeah,
the time knife. We've all seen it.
Yeah. And then the final one is from Rory, just saying, if someone wanted advice on starting their own fan series, what has Red Twilight taught you that you could pass on to others?
Don't do it if you don't love it.
Yes.
It's my TLDR, biggest piece of advice. If you are not going to be happy working on it, if you're going to find it a slog, if it's going to cause you to be tired, I mean, you can be tired and happy. If it's going to make you miserable, don't do it. You need to have an idea and want to see that idea made, and do it for the absolute joy of it, and love who you work with, and do it as just a huge, do it with people you love working with, people that you're great friends with and that you get along really well with. And yeah, if you love it, you'll love to work on it, and you'll want to work on it, and it will go, and you'll want to make it the best that it can be.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think all of us being such good friends is, like, what's really held this all together, like, because it is so much work. Like, we all dedicate a lot of time to this, and then me and Kat sit here, like, every night spending hours editing all the lines together, and it wouldn't be enjoyable, because it is a slog. But we enjoy it, because then as soon as we've finished editing a scene, we can message, like, Jack and be like, oh my God, we've just finished a scene. And he's like, oh my God, let me hear it. And then you get to all be excited about it together. And it's like, by the time it actually comes out, it almost doesn't matter whether or not people are going to listen to it, because you've had your fun making it and talking about it with each other.
Mm-hmm. I suppose...
Love you all.
Oh, love you all. Yeah, I was going to say, and it's very much of jumping off something I've heard Nick Briggs of Big Finish saying today on another podcast, the Says Who podcast, which is a very good podcast and probably people should listen to, and it's very Block 2 relevant. He said this thing about, it's almost, you have to be able to give yourself permission to write, or you've got to give yourself permission. You have to give yourself permission to do this, because yes, it's a commitment, but and as you said there, it's, there's so much that goes behind it. I do so much, and don't get me wrong, I'll moan a bit, sort of jokingly about having to do retakes or having to do a line several times because I can't get it in the accent. But my job stops after that. It's then passed on to you two, it's passed on to George, passed on to Laura in some cases, on to Ross even, and you've got the real tough job doing all that stuff. but you need to give yourself permission to make it happen. If you're going to say, I'm going to make a fan series, make it. If you're going to do your own Doctor, do it. A lot of people, and again, it's for no fault of their own, will come up with an idea and be like, yes, okay, I'm this Doctor. And then it doesn't go somewhere. Do it. Give yourself permission. If you're able to do it, if you're able to find that time, if you're able to find that passion, that love to see you through, do it. Fan series are a labour of love. Kat and Nat will tell you that more than anyone right now, because the amount of labour they've put into Red Twilight, mainly just sorting out my flubbed lines, that's most of the time right there. You know, look, you've got to love it. And if you love it, just do it. You know, even if you can just get one episode out there, try it, you know, and just be like, again, end of the day, you got the satisfaction that you did that. You had that thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think as well, in terms of, although I just said, like, it ends up not really mattering if people listen to it. Like, it matters. You want people to listen to it. But I think us releasing it in, like, 4 episodes in a block helps us have more people listen to it. Like, if it's important to you that you get more people listening to it, then I think doing a weekly release for that short amount of time helps, because people are like, oh wow, yeah, oh, I listened to this one, and then it keeps them thinking about it. They listen to the next one the week after, but then because it's only 4 weeks, they don't get bored of tuning in every week. It's just enough that it's like, oh, this is nice, and then they can go about their lives again after 4 weeks without having to remember to listen.
And they don't have to be as long as our episodes. Like, they can just be a shorter story. Like, it can be a shorter, more contained thing. You can do a mini-sode a week. You know, I keep calling the Christmas mini-sode, which famously someone actually said, it's the length of an actual episode in the way, because it's 25 minutes long. It's like, no, in the context of this, that's a mini-sode, you know? So it's, you know,
yeah,
you can do that. You can do less than that. You know, no one has to tell you. There literally are no rules about this. Just do it and have fun.
Yeah, I didn't realise multiple people thought that was going to be like 5 minutes, the Christmas mini-sode, but people still tuned in and were like, oh, I can't wait to hear this like live, and then were shocked it was 25 minutes.
It's because we're insane.
We don't know when to stop, Smile.
Okay.
That's all the questions.
That's all the questions. There were lots. I'm so pleased there were lots. It took longer than I thought to get through them all.
Yeah, 5 months.
Right.
Yeah.
We've been sat here. It's taken us 5 months to cut out all the bad ones. We had 2 billion questions that were just Daleks when. We had to cut it all out.
Thank you, everyone, for submitting questions. And it's like, even though we do this for love and, you know, would be happy if it got 0 listeners, we are so appreciative of everybody who listens and engages, because it makes us feel wonderful and amazing, and we love all of you.
Yeah.
Be parasocial with us. We do love you.
Okay, so we were talking a bit about the Christmas mini-sode there, and you touched on the title changing and it being a bit different. Do you want to talk, because obviously the original concept was quite different. Do you want to talk about that, or would you rather save that so you can still do something with it, like, in the future?
Well, I mean, I'll say it out there now, and I would still like to do something with it in the future. Maybe, you know, I don't know that it'll necessarily work for Red Twilight, because ultimately that idea didn't work for Red Twilight. It wouldn't have, like, can I say, originally the plan was it was going to be episode 5. It was going to be, you know, what it was, which I think the more we thought about it, was just like, it's a fun idea, but it doesn't really fit in the context of it, because it was going to be, you know, sort of like a Moffat Christmas special, essentially, is what it was going to be. The entire thing there, it was going to be that it was just going to be the Doctor and a one-off companion. The idea of it being, the Doctor who stole Christmas. And I won't go too much into what the idea of that was, because maybe I'll figure that out. But it was just not gonna. It just wasn't going to work, and I think maybe where the Doctor would have ended up there as well might not have been great for him personally in the story. But like, the beginning and the end of it were what were really strong about the episode, and then the addition of Connie as well was what really sort of saw it through. Because I remember I was struggling for a while, and then we did the episode 1 read through, and I was like, oh, Ryan and Amber, they're great. I got to get them back at some point. So that's sort of like how I built that. And then we started talking about Connie more, and Connie became this whole character. I was like, oh, I love Connie. I need to write more Connie, you know? And like, it was always going to be that like Connie was going to be essentially like the thing that saved the story. Connie was going to be the MacGuffin, essentially, which made it all work. But then Connie just became more of a character. And I just had so much fun writing Connie as if she was Law, which, you know, like Law. I love Law. I adore Law. She's a really good friend, but she has you have a certain vernacular and the way you talk, which is so completely unique to you. But absolutely slays me and absolutely destroyed me. So Connie, certainly in the first draft, was very much just, oh, this is the kind of thing Law would say.
I love looking at those 2 drafts back to back because, like, you really did nail it, but it's so funny looking it back. It's like, oh, Connie, we're really in a pickle this time. And Connie's just like, yeah, man, it's like Buddha out there. And then looking in, like, the second draft, and she's like, oh, fiddlesticks, doctor! And it's just like, it's like they took her into the shop, dude. They gave her a factory reset. We'll have an episode where someone pours a drink down her and she changes for 5 seconds.
Oh, there's those elements still in there, like the whole like the whole initiating DoorDash mode. That which is one of my favourite lines, which I think is so funny, comes from me talking about the episode with you and saying like, oh yeah, Connie's gonna have this bit where, you know, it's like, you know, she shoots out the coffee and that's what kills Santa. She's like, and you were like, what does she do? Initiating DoorDash mode? And I was like, it's funny you say that.
She does now.
Yeah. She always has.
I love that moment. It's like best highlight of the episode is just initiating DoorDash mode. You killed Santa. It's brilliant. I love that.
I'm so proud. It's so proud of it because it wound up being so fun. I think my first draft, there were some really funny bits in it, but what you both added then in script editing, there are. I think my favorite line in it is, you know, like, you know, is where Connie says about Oscar, like, nobody wants him here.
Yeah. I love making Connie like just a bit mean to him.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I love the bit where they're trudging across the snow and Doc's like, God, no one will ever love me, and that's why I don't have any friends. And Connie's just like, yeah, man, sucks to be you, I guess.
All she knows is make drinks and bully Oscar Underhill and lie, and she is I think she is the happiest person on that TARDIS.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
She's the only one not with a searcher lead prescription. Like, she's fine.
What I love about it as well is that, like, you know, she doesn't like Oscar. She instantly likes Amber just because Amber's like, yeah, I'll have a fucking coffee. Yeah. Like, oh, I like you. Someone who appreciates me.
The weight of my heart.
Yeah. I think the whole Connie thing, it's so funny that she exists now as a character because, like, in All Hail, it was literally just a coffee machine that Oscar was mad at. And we were like, oh, you know, Lord, do you fancy doing the voice for this coffee machine that has like 2 lines? And you were like, yeah, sure. And then suddenly she was a character with a name.
I remember the night.
Yeah.
And it was also the night that the Red Twilight server had to go into spoiler lockdown because we kept posting Connie pics.
Yeah.
It's like, guys, maybe we need to like, yeah.
Suddenly realised.
Yeah, I did one. I did a sticker. I made a sticker that was me looking out and like the original model of Connie going. It was like, we're gonna have to kill this guy, Connie. And it was just like, damn. And I put that there, and it instantly deleted it. And someone was like, who the hell's Connie? And I was like,
It was so early days that it was the original, like concept model. Like, not the one that was meant for final episodes. The concept model, just as like a proof of concept of our existence. Like, it was that early on, and we were talking about it. We were like, shit. We went too far. Like, this is previs. Like, we can't be showing this.
Yeah, God, the early days of the production Discord server was so funny because it was just like all of
segregate.
Yeah, just all of you guys just kept dropping things. Like,
All the
here's a
time.
Connie picture. Oh yeah, the
Amazing.
universe was destroyed. Oh yeah, here's how the series is gonna end. Like, guys, stop it.
No idea what you're talking about. I've never done that in my entire life.
No, absolutely not.
Never in my entire life. Nothing happened on, let me check the date. That's my diary. I spoiled absolutely nothing on the 3rd of August 2025 at the Riverside.
Yeah.
I have it written down in my diary just like I messed up today. I'm just...
Look, you can tell us all you want. We're not the Tom Hollands of this production team. He's not even here to defend himself, but you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah. My little yapper.
There's lore that would fill out books and books and books that we're just never going to tell you.
Yeah. There's been so much thought about Connie, but it just won't have a chance to make it anywhere.
I was gonna say the details. We got really angsty and sappy the night we were coming up with her, and it was just like, yeah. And Connie holds him as he cries after he like resets the universe. She's the only one who remembers, and it's like really sad, and like she's been around for years and like holds all his memories with him, and it's symbolic and
Yeah. I remember the night so vividly after I sent my lines off for the coffee machine, and I remember I did 2 versions. I did a GLaDOS version from Portal, and I did a Talkie Toaster version. I sent both of them off. You guys went through it, and you're like, "Oh, thank you for the lines. Sounds great. I'll pick which ones sound best. Like the Talkie ones better." And I was like, "Wonderful." And then just like a couple hours later, I just got a little message back that was just like, "Really love this coffee machine. We should really bring her back." And I was just like, "Oh yeah, no, that'd be cute, like a little thing." And like you said, it just like spiraled out into like a whole.
It got quite uncontrollable, and then we reined it in.
Yeah.
She has a whole little philosophy to her. We know exactly how what makes her tick. Every coffee is made with intent. a deep intent, an ulterior motive, if you will. The most banal evil scheme you will ever hear in your life. And it was just all from just wanting to open episode 4 on a lighthearted bit of us not being able to get a drink.
Yeah.
Oh. Also, I cannot remember if I mentioned this when we recorded this 5 months ago, but I'll mention it here as well. Lovely little fact about Connie is that she's named after my grandma,
Aww. Yeah.
who is called Constance, or Connie for short.
Yeah.
I don't know if Constance is Connie's full name. Yeah, I don't know if we did that.
Congeniality. I don't know.
It's just coffee. Coniffy.
Conify. Coffee.
Yeah. Just Connie, short for coffee.
Well, what would the doctor name it?
Connie.
Yeah, but no, the doctor didn't name her, did he?
Ah, it's true. Yeah.
Have you know? That's my favourite line I wrote in the entire thing. Like that one's mine. I'll claim that one. Like, you know, didn't like the name he chose for her.
Yeah.
So good, man. So good.
Yeah, you said the original companion, like Connie being the original companion stuff, because you mentioned like her being there for him and after that all the universe, and I think it's like, I don't know, because it's never like, it's not directly stated, but it's like kind of, I guess, where her jealousy, her dislike of Oscar comes from, is her little jealousy because she's the original companion and now this guy's here all the time.
understand how the master feels now, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was here first.
Connie and the unexpected alliance.
Yeah.
I like the idea that she's like pissed off. She's like, dude, we were fighting the fucking Dalek Emperor last week, and now we got this. And now you're taking this little fucking pest ant around. God.
I thought you were bae, but it turns out you were just fam. Makes you a caramel macchiato that's a bit shittier than it was yesterday.
I do think it's funny. I wrote down little bits for like the Xmas minisode, and the last point on here just says, "Lore, Connie constantly microdosing the Doctor."
Are we gonna get to that? Are we gonna get to that?
I love that, just with no context. Just yeah. Do you wanna say?
I
evil intentions, but
I can elaborate a little bit. Connie's nothing in the entire universe makes Connie more happy than when she's making a drink and someone's having it. And let's just say when there's an emotionally distraught man who is quite emotionally vulnerable, lonely, has lost everything thrice over, she might offer a drink during that and possibly start training a Pavlovian response. But who's to say? Who's to say? I don't know. It'd be good to go back and re-listen to that mini episode and just listen to any single time the Doctor ever wants to have a sincere moment. Just what Connie's response might be to that at any given point. I'll say no more on that front.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all I had for the Xmas mini. So I skipped over All Hail. I only have a very brief amount to say about All Hail. I skipped over it just because we were talking about the mini-sode anyway.
Sure.
But circling back slightly to All Hail, how much did the story change from its original concept?
I knew you were going to ask that, so I'm trying to pull up the original notes doc that I typed really frantically the first time I thought of things. Oh God. It's when I just used Ollie's name instead of Oscar's because I didn't know what to call him. Oh, glad.
I heard Terrence was in in rotation.
There's how much has it changed?
A lot.
Quite a lot. I would say quite a lot. I think I always had the idea that it might be on a spaceship or space station, in a confined space in space. Was the idea. That original plot actually was meant to be sort of like a sort of roll credits moment where we, the Doctor looks out and he sees like it's supposed to be around cycles of the sun, and when a sun dies, a dying sun is called a red giant, and it was supposed to be about the life cycles of the sun. I was gonna make a clever shitty play on the fact that the series was called Red Twilight and the sun was dying, and it's like it seems like somewhat of a red twilight, and then the credits would roll and Transformers music would come on, and it was all going to be about many variations of the idea about an alien species harvesting energy from the sun and a master like taking over this alien species, hypnotizing the workers into making the sun unstable. The main tool, this is where it stems from, the main tool being a teleporter, like swapping out energy cells, getting energy from the sun and blah, blah, blah. And it went through a few variations. And I just thought, it's not going to work with such a big premise, big cast, like a cast of workers essentially in this space station. I need to pare it back. There is one guy that lives on this space station and inmates sometimes. Like, that's how we do it, because it's a cat and mouse game. You want to focus on the only two people that matter. Have Oscar have something else in that episode, because it's almost not his chance to shine. He's been introduced, and now, you know, he's come to the end of this sort of 4-episode plot, and you want to give him his own chance to shine in that without it clouding what you want to do with the Doctor and the Master. And so it's evolved from that. It was always meant to be on the space station. It was always meant to be around the sun. It was always meant to focus on a cat and mouse game between the Doctor and Master. So it's not changed as much as some other episodes, to be honest. But yeah, I think it's interesting.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, and it always was titled All Hail as well. Yeah. You had that right from the start.
Stubbornly so, because you were like, "Don't you think that doesn't suit it?" And I was like, 2 syllables, bam, bam. I like it. Encapsulates the vibes perfectly. Yeah, stubbornly stuck with it, and I'm glad it's still called that.
Yeah,
some titles in the future that that we've got titles for, and I'm like, I could do with a change, but this one. Perfect. This one, it's perfect immediately.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah, and it was the first one that we recorded.
Yeah,
which was very interesting. Going into the studio and just like absolutely wrecking Jack emotionally for his first episode, throwing him in the deep end.
Yeah,
I think it kind of worked. Like I really love the idea that that's the first one we started with. So then I knew where it was going. So then everything else felt not easy, but everything else felt maybe simpler because I had that, basis. I was like, I'm ending up here, so I can sort of get there by doing this and doing this. And I already, the character was already so clear in my head anyway, in terms of what it was before, but then seeing what was on the page really helped, just so informed it in my head that I knew who the Doctor was anyway by that point then. So it was, it worked out really well, I think, actually. What's the Matt Smith 2-part that they did famously before everything else?
Oh,
it was the Angels one, isn't it? They did before. Yeah.
We flashed and stoned it. Yeah, I did all my lines basically in that one day, which was crazy. And I feel like that was literally my first day VAing the Master, and nothing's come out since that wasn't recorded on that day. And I feel like it was wild to do that. I feel like I've gotten further with her, with voice acting her since then. It's sort of like you're seeing like the inception of her character in those moments, and it's a bit crazy.
Yeah. I think that is it for all the questions that I actually have.
My God, gang!
My God! It took 5 months, but we're done.
I heard Zoom is suing us for using up their servers for so long. Have you seen this? It's on the news.
No.
I'm sure you've not missed anything on the news in 5 months. We're good, I'm sure.
It was good, like sleeping next to you guys at night.
Yeah.
That was really nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's sweet.
Yeah,
I'll miss you.
Sweet.
I won't.
I'll miss you guys. Oh
no.
Well, I'll miss you guys if that matters. If you care at all, Jack.
Not really. I don't know. No, I do. Obviously, it's
no, I don't believe you. I'm sorry. You were too genuine.
It's all right. Look, it's all right. I'm happy to have this podcast done. It's all right. When am I? Oh, great! We're recording retakes tomorrow. No.
And the great thing this podcast is that it'll go out before MCM when nothing is happening.
That's so true.
Yeah.
So true. Nothing's happening at MCM. Nothing.
Nothing's happening at MCM. No. Don't come to MCM. I won't be there.
There is no war in Boston Say.
Yeah.
There's nothing, man.
No. Okay. Well, yeah. This is the end. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Thank you guys, for coming. And
No worries.
We'll see you in summer.
Doctor Who in summer, Delta in tomorrow.
Doctor Who Brat Summer. What?
Yo.
Block 2 and Summer, don't quote me on that.
I'm going to quote you on that when this comes out.
You should quote me on that. I think I'm right.
I think we should pick an exact date, and it should be within 62 days from now.
Everybody name a date.
Predictions. Okay.
Pull up the book of predictions.
Right.
I will take.
It's got to be a Thursday. So
Yes, it has to be a Thursday.
Okay. It has to be a Thursday. What day would be a good Thursday? Ooh.
It could be 20th of August because it came out on the 20th.
Ooh, that would be clever of us.
That's very true.
Oh, it's the same numbers for the
that is a Thursday. Ooh.
It's the same numbers as the same dates as November. So 30, 20, 27, 3, 10.
Wow.
Oh my god.
That is beautiful.
Dang, we have to.
Yeah.
There you go. Confirmation. Block 2 starts on the 20th of August. not gonna box us into anything there.
Dude, call me the Lisan Al Gaib, because I see the future. I'm saying 27th of August. I'm being contrarian. I'm going a week later.
I think you're right.
I was going to say 6th of August.
Oh! Jack, take the 13th, and we have August locked in.
Do you know what? I'm going to take the 13th of August. I don't know why I built up.
Yeah,
to that. I really didn't need to.
That was quite wonderful. I quite liked that. One Piece pacing. I think next time we make a trailer for Red Twilight, whenever that may be, I think it'd be really funny if we released multiple trailers that are almost identical, except it had a different date at the end, and we pretended it was a really cool marketing stunt. And we leave like a bunch of clues, like in each one, right? Like a slightly different line. I put like a tiny image of I don't know, the poster for the 2007 movie Juno, I think, in one of them. Like, I hide that away in, like, the background at some point. And, like, yeah, we put in Dean. One of them has Dean, of course. And then, like, we put those out, and everyone starts, like, putting together theories on which trailer's the true trailer. And then at the end, we reveal whatever one that ends up being the date we want. Right? You know? In fact, you know what? If we get it in the first week of August, then every single date would be correct.
Yeah. Damn.
That's true.
If we
just
do
go with that.
The 27th, that's still good because the last episode of that block, which will be not consequential in any way, would come out on my birthday weekend.
Aww.
And
that's so true.
Way.
Wow. That is very true. Wait, and
really aim for that now.
If it was the 13th, then the first episode would be my birthday week.
That's what I was about to say. I've got it up on my calendar. There's like a little sweet spot right here, which I think we could hit.
Yeah, the 13th and the 27th.
Maybe it'll come out the week of my birthday in October.
Just not mention the amount of time it's taken to record the last bit of this podcast.
Oh
my god,
I'm
it's been
gonna
5 months.
I think it's been... Oh, yeah, no, 5. I thought it had been 6, to be honest. So 5 is better.
Dog, I'm on estrogen now.
Yeah.
Surrounded by fucking amateurs. It's such a pain in the ass working with Doctor Who fans. The way you do it is... And, speaking of things that make me come, welcome back to Doctor Who Red Twilight. Simple as. Come on.
It's beautiful.
I have heard that Gen Z are, watching Red Twilight instead of having sex, so,
This is true. This is true.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll see you next week. I'll speak to you in 5 minutes probably, but I'll see you next week. Bye. Bye. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the official 77 Years Productions YouTube channel.